And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Korean StarCraft League, the KSL week number 68. A bit of a special edition here, as this is going to be a replay cast of an event that occurred a couple of days ago. Of course, I'm your host, VIP, with you and joined by these amazing players by the people in chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all. Initially, this was going to be an Elima League broadcast. We're going to be jumping into the Elima League, as the Elima League did take place a couple of hours ago, but unfortunately we don't yet have the replays for that event. I don't blame CranKy whatsoever. I know it gets quite late in South Korea, and most likely I just went to bed. So it's getting some rest, and hopefully we're able to get those replays for tomorrow's broadcast instead. So that is going to be the plan. As a result, we have kind of adjusted our schedule. Initially, it was going to be Elima League today, KSL tomorrow. We have since reversed it. KSL today, Elima League tomorrow instead. So that is the plan. That is the way of things here. And we have our initial broadcast. We have our event. Here we go. We have our bracket being set up as well here, as we are jumping into the quarterfinals. Again, this week, the KSL bracket was a little bit smaller. A little bit more compact, but the quality is still there. Always, Fabi, always. Here we go. Also, exclamation mark for none of the admins of KSL, because, mate, every time they make the Terrans play against each other. Like, we don't get many Terrans in KSL, and we just make them face off time and time again. Fabi, what's going on? God damn. So we have our initial round of 8. We have herO versus Trigger in the first round in a PvP. We have following, of course, that's herO versus GuMiho in a TVT, Dark versus Creator in a ZVP, and SHIN versus Classic in a ZVP as well. Here we go. We have 2 Zergs, 2 Terrans, and 4 Protoss. We have some mirror matchups, of course, coming up ahead of us. We're going to be entering the quarterfinals. After that, a break, and then we'll be jumping into the semis and grand finals thereafter. Here we go. We're going to be covering everything as well, so it's going to be 7 matches here for the broadcast. And let's jump in. Let's jump in here and now. We have our first PvP of the night. Going to be a bit of a rematch here, as we have a bit of a rivalry forming between these two players. We're going to be jumping into herO versus Trigger. Let's go. Let us go. As again, these two have been facing off many times over the past month, over the past 2 months even. They've been regulars when it comes to facing off in these online cups, in these online tournaments, whether it's the KSL, the Wardy TV Monday, or other online cups as well. And here we go, we're jumping into our first series of the night. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss for Weibo Gaming. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Here we go. And again, if you've been following Trigger over the past 2 months, you would know that he has been streaming a lot, competing a lot, and getting a lot of big wins here in the PvP matchup. I want to say it was in the December edition of the Wardy Christmas Cup, or one of the Wardy events and invitationals in December, where we saw Trigger actually defeat herO. Did bring him down in a best of 3 in the group stage. It was very impressive there by Trigger. He's also beating players like Classic, players like Trap as well. Trigger has been hyper aggressive in the PvP matchup and has been finding a lot of success. At the same time, of course, herO, now 2 weeks ago, did defeat MaxPax in a best of 7. herO looking very impressive against MaxPax. It was a very dominant showing in that best of 7, so both players are very much so in form, and we'll see how they compare. We shall see. herO, arguably the best Protoss player in the world. Meanwhile, Trigger has been spiking up specifically in this matchup, becoming almost a PvP sniper. So I want to believe this can go either way. For now, we're going to be scouting. Welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. Going to be a smaller, more aggressive map. 2 gate opener out of Trigger, 2 gate opener out of herO. Trigger sets up a proxy pylon, but it is going to be a fake proxy pylon. Pylon has in place is going to be fake. Meanwhile, Trigger coming in for his own probe scouts to get a read on what is going on, and should confirm that the pylon is nowhere to be found, is not in the main. Now, as the pylon is missing, could be very real or very fake pylon, fake proxy, I mean. And it's going to be on Trigger to try to recognize what's going on. How does he react to this? Does he fall for the bait? Does he call it and try to play a game of chicken here and play standard instead and hope that there is no proxy? We'll see. For now, 2 gate opener into double stalker. Double stalker out of trigger. Meanwhile, stalker sentry out of herO. Standard opener out of herO, most likely getting into tech, into an expansion thereafter. Trigger, he's going to be the aggressor early on, as the first two stalkers have arrived, and he does get a third and fourth stalker thereafter, so very aggressive here by Trigger. He's going to commit. Is going to move out. herO, meanwhile, does zone the probe away. Does force Trigger back. And herO just expands. He's going for the Stalker into Sentry into Nexus. This is all before any kind of tech, so a very economic build here out of herO. Meanwhile, Trigger, he is making more Stalkers. He is going to be producing more and more Stalkers. herO throws down another pylon out on the map. Probe Scout confirms the base, and Trigger, he will go for a much later expansion. Okay. We are setting up. Again, it's going to be a much later Nexus here out of Trigger. Slightly delayed, so slightly worse economy, but he is going to be up in the army supply here. He has more Stalkers. herO instead has more Sentries. Oh, Stalkers to be face off. And do we get a force field? We do so away. One Stalker goes down. Nice pick off. One Stalker does fall. So stepping forward, force fields, they try to lock down Trigger, but last Sentry's going to fall as well. I'll say a better trade here for the Red Protoss. Trading 1-for-1 with the Stalker, gets the Nexus Sentry, but he has to back up. He has to make sure it doesn't overextend, and it will retreat. Will back up. From here, again, we're expanding. We're not all in. Taking up. Twilight Council here out of Trigger, working towards Blink. herO, he is known for going into robo-based play. He's very fond of robo-based play in this matchup. We'll see if that trend continues here, or if herO does also go for his own Blink Stalkers. But now just saturating. Saturating that natural. There are pylons everywhere. Jesus. Attempts to reinforce, but last Trigger, he finds the pylon. And can he deny the warp in? Ooh, he will not be able to. Oh, it's going to be close. Oh my god. Oh, barely not. Whew. Pylon goes down. Barely does not deny the warp in. herO does finish up. Armor supplies are comparable. Here, rotating around. He's going to be able to meet up. Again, Blink is on the way. And as we mentioned before, herO is fond of robo-based openers, and there it is. A robo here from herO, very fond of it. Now, this robo does give herO a lot of options. This can lead into just immortal production, just to get into 1, 2, 3 immortals, take a third base, and slowly macro out of this into the mid-game. Or we could go for a 2-base all-in. This could turn into immortal production, into a Twilight Council, into Glaives, into just a pure 2-base all-in from there. So herO, he does have options with how he does want to approach this. But for now, he's going to be stuck at home, and Trigger should gain map control. Oh! As it slips in, gets one probe. One worker goes down. It's an okay trade. More importantly, herO, he scouted them. Checking his vision, he got into the main, he saw the Twilight Council. He knows that Blink is going to be much faster here for Trigger. herO goes for his own Twilight Council, and as we mentioned before, we'll see if he does invest into Glaive Adepts. Another option could be Charge or even Blink as well to try to catch up with his own Blink timing. But my eyes are going to be on herO here for that upgrade to see how committed he is. Meanwhile, Trigger just takes the third. He takes the third base. I mean, again, he has map control. He feels safe to do so. Moving out towards that natural. The immortal count is building up. Trigger has more Stalkers, but I mean, herO makes up for that with those immortals. And we have the answer for the upgrade. It is in fact going to be Blink for herO. Okay, so we're not going for the all-in, is going for Blink instead, which means herO, he should be looking to break out. A nice force field, so ooh, gets a sentry, gets two. Two sentries go down, very nice pickups. At the same time, it Adepts shade into the main base once again. Ooh, getting 3 probes. And 3 workers for Adepts. It's an okay trade for Trigger. He's maintaining himself, but he does take a worker deficit. Does take a deficit. Well, the move command. Rough move command. 2 Stalkers going down. Sentries as well. Nice pickups here by herO. And God does catch Trigger off guard. Meanwhile, I mentioned earlier that I didn't think it was going to be a 2-base all-in, but that is a massive gateway explosion. We have 2 gates in the main. We have 2 more gates here at the natural. We have a 6 gate set up on 2 bases. And again, here he chose to throw in an extra gate. He's not stopping. Oh my, Jesus. He's not slowing down. He just keeps throwing down the gates. And he makes this decision instead of expanding. Instead of a 3rd base, we have extra gateways here for herO, so it is going to be a 2-base all-in. Getting up to 7 gates. Ay, ay, ay. Trigger, he hasn't seen the gateway count, but what he does see is the lack of third base. So he is somewhat aware that something is wrong. Something is amiss. Stalker goes down. Bit of miscontrol there from Trigger. Behind this, yep, shield batteries. We need shield batteries. We need as many warpins as possible. Trigger needs his own defensive immortals. Charge on the way. Here comes the move out. As herO moves out, Trigger moves in. And can he force the recall? Can he force herO back home? herO, he commits. And we're going for the base trade. Let's go. We're going for the base trade. Boys are being pulled. Gateways are being depowered. At least one of them so far. At the same time, back at home. Again, does Trigger decide to recall? Does he commit? Force fields, they will slow down the army. They buy some time. herO, he blinks over. Boys are being pulled. Immortals have arrived. And here he has his own force fields. Oh. Dives on the Immortal. Does dive in. Does focus it down. And here he should be able to break through this. Meanwhile, we did have a recall. And Trigger, he races back home. Takes out the Prism. Prism goes down. But that's still 3 Immortals. That's 3 Immortals. And the Immortals, they overwhelm. herO, he takes the fight. He shuts down the army. Back at home, he defended. He held. And herO, he's done it. He breaks through. Breaks through the defensive line. No more shield batteries. We have a couple of Zealots here to defend. We have 1 Immortal in the main. Oh. Once again, herO pulls away. Pulls away from the main base. Nice force field. And he just rotates over towards the third. He killed everything in the natural. Now going for the third base as well. Getting secure damage. Chasing down the probes. Now, this is giving Trigger the opportunity to build up in the main base, and the worker counts are very similar. I mean, still slightly in favor of Trigger, but I mean, he's losing more probes. The economies are comparable, but the army size here is still in favor of herO. He still has a massive army. Likewise, transferring over. Saturating his natural once again. There is no defensive shield battery. Nice force fields. That will buy some time. Does keep herO at bay. And there's soon to be a second Immortal. Second Immortal has arrived. There's the blink, there's the dive. And yeah, the Immortal's exposed. There's just not enough here to support. GG gets called, and herO will take game number 1. Whew. GG. herO, he will take a lead in this series. And honestly, it was a pretty tense game as well. I mean, Trigger, he was doing well for himself. He had a better economy. He had a third base. If you remember, he initiated the base trade. He was the first to hit and strike that natural. You could argue that maybe he should have committed. Maybe that would have been the better option. Or at least waited a little bit longer to recall and maybe try to go into the main and depower the production in the main base as well. It's a hard thing to call, though. It's very hard to call, like, when to and when not to recall and where to recall as well. I'm not too fond of the idea of Trigger recalling to his third. If you remember, he recalled to his third base and his army was split. He had Stalkers on the right, he had his Immortals towards the left, and he tried to surround, but he just didn't have really the numbers. So yeah, just a really awkward defense there for Trigger, and in the end, herO did overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. Whew. And that does take us into game number 2. herO takes a lead. We'll see if he can extend that lead and claim the series, or if Trigger can force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss from South Korea leading the series 1-0 for Weibo Gaming. WPG, it is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Here we go. So players are settling in, and welcome one and all to El Dorado. The biggest feature for El Dorado in this PvP matchup is the ramp. There's a ramp coming into the natural base. What does this mean? This means that we will be setting up on the high ground, setting up a gate into Cybercore, into Nexus, if at all possible. Players may try to cut corners, open up with a single gas geyser, and claim a faster Nexus. herO going Nexus first. He's crazy. Oh my god. herO, calm down. Nexus first. Before anything, no gas, no gateway, no cybercore, straight up Nexus first here out of herO. This is the greediest build you can go for in PvP. Trigger, he confirms, and Trigger, he has to respond to this. Like herO, he's asking to be all in. He's like, mate, what are you gonna do about it? that's what hero's saying to Trigger. And Trigger, I mean, he has to respond. We can see hero he's scouting. Hero, he knows. He's like, mate, you have to all in me, right? What are you gonna do? Just let me expand? You gotta all in. So he's checking. He's looking for a proxy. Trigger, he mines through the center mineral patch, so he will be able to proxy potentially here on the other side of the wall. Yep, there we go. The pylon here on the other side, which means hero may never check this location, and this should be a one base all in. Trigger, he should just be going all in at this point. Otherwise, he's just going to be falling too far behind. Even MaxPax doesn't go Nexus first. Like, MaxPax isn't this crazy to be this greedy. And here, he should be opening up Stargate into Void Ray, actually opening up 2 gate instead. Interesting. So Nexus into 2 gates into the Cybercore. Hero, you can see he's still looking for the proxy. He realizes that it should be coming. And here comes the Robo. The pylon was hidden, the Robo's on the way. And Hero, he will eventually confirm once he sees the setup here at the natural that alas, the pylon is missing and that there is no expand. So Hero, he's piecing it all together. Robo's on the way. Gets into the main, confirms only 2 pylons. The 3rd pylon is missing. Something is wrong, something is amiss. Hero is setting up. Likewise, Trigger being active. Making sure he hunts down that probe. Immortals on the way. And we'll see if Hero can pull off a crazy defense. Now, again, he is delaying his tech. He is delaying the Stargate. Now, there we go. There's going to be a Robo follow-up out of Hero. Now, Hero, he needs to buy time. He needs to buy time for what? For Immortals. If he can get 1, 2 Immortals up and running, he can hold, he can defend, but it's easier said than done because Trigger, he's going to strike first. He's going to hit hard. And can Hero buy enough time? He does have some force. Oh, no! He does hallucinate, which means no force field. Should have an energy overcharge momentarily. He moves out his scouts. Now he knows what's going on. He confirms. Was that 2 sentries? Oh, that was. Yeah, that was 2 sentries. Oh, sorry, 2 hallucinations, what I meant to say. Does find it. Cybercore under fire. We have a lot of shield batteries on the way. That's 3, soon to be 4 shield batteries. That's Trigger forcing his way in, going for the Cybercore. Oh, the dead goes down. Trigger down to 4 units. So far, good juggling. Saves what he can. But again, here he's buying so much time. The power of 4 shield batteries is keeping everything alive. Immortal taking a lot of hull damage. One Stalker goes down. Hero heals out of range. He was out of range. Cybercore once again under fire. Nice force fields. Yeah, he zones away the army. Sure, he's just not finding the damage he's really hoping for. Does have the 2nd Immortal. First one has right for Hero. Does have his 1st Immortal. Oh my god, almost does get the Immortal. So close, deep in the red. Takes down a Stalker. Takes down a Stalker, denies the warp in. And if we just keep throwing down shield batteries, they just don't stop. Some of these I feel like are a little bit further out of range, but I mean, they're still on the way. Cybercore does go down. But here he has a backup Cybercore. He already has another one in the main. He was ready for this. Cybercore didn't matter. Nice control here. Here he saves the Immortal. Remember here, he only made 1 Immortal. 1 Immortal into the Warp Prism. Didn't make a 2nd. Gateway's gonna go down. But again, the army here for Hero refuses to die. The shield batteries, they keep almost everything alive. Yeah, and he takes down the Sentry. Gateway falls. Trigger up to 3 Immortals. That's a lot of Immortals. Jeez, how many shield batteries did we get? 7 shield batteries. Oh my god. And upstate Shane past the army. Hero, he will chase. Last bleeding out his adepts. Does bleed out. Trigger, he tries to rotate. Does attempt to, is going to be zoned away. He's zoned back. Again, I feel like some of these shield batters are a little bit too far back, and they're not really adding too much here, but potentially, depending on where herO fights. Warpin's going to be continuing. Remember, herO, he has a better economy. The longer this goes on, the better it is for herO. We'll lose a gateway. herO still just forces Trigger back. Trigger's up to 4 immortals. That's an insane immortal count. But herO, he's only down 1. Once again engages. Oof. Kites back well. 5th immortal has arrived. Getting up to 5. Again, trying to break through. herO getting a little bit bold. Losing a Stalker in the process. Tells lose a Stalker. Again, from here we have to reinforce with Adepts. The reason for this, Adepts, they take more hits from Immortals than Stalkers do. As Stalkers, they take bonus damage. Oh. Sentry goes down. Yeah, he does take the straight on fight. Oh, the Immortal gets started. Where's the Warp Prism? Prism a little bit too far behind. herO, he gets punished. Does come in for a flank. Oh, gets 1. Gets 1 Immortal. Loses 1 himself. Kills 2. I believe, yeah, 2 for 2 actually. 2 for 2 trade. Trading out those Immortals. Nice force fields. Once again, good juggling here by Trigger. Saves what he can. Here he goes to the dive. No anti-air for Trigger. Here once again, he's going for that robo. Does double back. He thinks about it. He's going for the production. At the same time, two Adepts, they shade into the mineral line. They try to do what they can. Prism gets deflected. Pylon goes down. Depowers the robo. And here he's bleeding out a couple of probes that he can afford to lose them. He can afford to lose some of them. He has the greater economy. Now going for a counterattack as well. They're going for the production. The pylon. And Trigger, he can't quite keep up. Not with this. Prism's still alive. Depowers all the gateways. And three Stalkers remaining in the main. Juggling in. What you see is what you get. 5 Immortals. Everything else is depowered. And Trigger's just been pulled apart. He's just been picked apart at this point. He has nothing to reinforce. He has no gateways. He has no robo. He has nothing. No production. And now he's down to 2 Immortals. GG gets caught. herO, he weathers the storm with 7 shield batteries. And herO will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Impressive stuff there. As herO, he will take the series, will advance on. Again, Trigger, he was kind of forced to react. He was forced into the all-in. He was getting some nice pickoffs here and there. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite able to really deal with the production fast enough. Likewise, he wasn't able to really do any economic damage either. We saw that as time went on, herO, he was becoming more and more secure. You can see how difficult it is to all-in on a map like El Dorado. There's a reason why herO felt safe enough to go hatch first, to go Nexus first. The reason for this is because of the ramp coming into the natural. This is not a feature on maps like Whispers of Gold, for example, or ley lines. Like, there's no ramp, and that ramp is actually a pretty big deciding factor when it comes to how defensive you can be, because of the choke point, because of the point of elevation, because of the high ground advantage, the concave that you have as well. Like, there's just so much that comes into that one ramp, that one feature, and hey, it worked out well. Worked out well there for herO, and of course the 7 shield batteries, they played their part as well. Don't get me wrong. The control from herO, kiting back, and GG well played. herO, he will claim the series, and Trigger, he is going to be knocked out of the tournament. Going to be knocked out of the KSL. As a reminder, there's no lower bracket. There is no second chance. So congratulations to herO. And herO, he advances on to the semifinals, and we are here to determine who will face off against him in those semis. We're getting to another mirror matchup. We're going to be jumping into Cure versus GuMiho in a TVT. Let's go. Let us go. Getting into game number 1, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the red Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Here we go. We have our setup. We have our second quarterfinals match. Again, herO, he advanced on to the semifinals, and he's waiting for one of these two Terran players, either GuMiho or Cure. Once again, it is a bit of a shame that the two lone Terrans of the quarterfinals have to face off against each other. Chicken man, what's going on, Bobby? What's happening? Just forcing the TVT. We're here for it. And honestly, this could go either way. GuMiho, he is known for being a TVT sniper. Likewise, Cure is no slouch either, and we do have some differing builds. Cure is going to be opening up double gas, and GuMiho opening up with a Rax expand. So economic opener out of GuMiho, going for a single gas geyser. Cure going for a faster factory instead. With this, he can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion, into something more aggressive early on. We can go into earlier tank production, into a tank drop. We can go for early Cyclone production as well. Cure, he has options with how he wants to play this out. GuMiho, on the other hand, less so, as he is going to be just going for his own Nexus, or CC. Here we go. Cure's moving out. Hello, is this on the latest patch? Why wouldn't this be? What? The patch has been live for a couple of months at this point. It's been a couple of months. The answer is yes. There hasn't been a cast on the previous patch on this channel since the previous patch. True, true. So now we are moving out. So far, that factory is soon to complete. And Cure, he does bypass that first Reaper. He wants the SCV. Oh, does you first. It's getting quite close here, and it's... Oh, the SCV does help tank. Cure, he comes out on top, and he's going for the CC. Yeah, he's going for the SCV. He will delay. Nice pick off here by Cure. It should be a one-way trip, as the second Reaper has arrived. Cure, can he get away? I won't be able to. He should be hunted down. Reapers, they're on the chase. Second Reaper has arrived, and last Cure, he gets away. Very adventurous play here out of Cure, and did well for himself. He was able to snipe the SCV, he was able to delay the CC, and does escape with both Reapers. So very nice start. Able to disrupt the opener of GuMiho. Behind this, continuing his own Reaper Hellion production. Hellion, does accidentally rally in though. Taking a lot of hits. Takes a lot of hits. Here he will pull away. Does try to pull away, is going to be cleaned up. GuMiho, he holds on behind this, working towards his own medevac. Interesting. Going to be setting up for some drop plays to reinforce. Meanwhile, Cure, with his own double gas opener, is going into earlier tech labs. We have a tech lab on the way in the factory, tech lab on the starport as well, working towards tank production, working towards either Banshee or Raven production as well. Cure is building up. Meanwhile, GuMiho gets some kind of damage. He gets one SCV. He delays mining time here at the natural. He delays the gas guides as well, so some decent damage here out of GuMiho. And we have the answer here. It's not going to be Raven first. It's going to be the Banshee. Banshee base opener here out of a Cure. Banshees can do a surprising amount of damage in this matchup. They can sneak out across the map. And if the opposing Terran player is out of position, I mean, this Banshee can wreak havoc. Cannon will wreak havoc. Again, a lot of the Korean Terrans are very fond of this. Players like Cure, Maru, Byun, all quite fond of incorporating the Banshee in TVT. We shouldn't be making any more than one. Like one at most two, but typically one. As GuMiho does drop into the main. It does go straight for the mineral line. Decent heli volley is going to be going up, but last the SVs, they do escape. And Cure, he reacts in time. He does respond. Shuts down the bio, forces back the army. At the same time, Reapers, they hit the natural base. GuMiho pulling Cure apart. Gets 3 SCVs. Gets 3 workers. A medevac barely escapes. Oh my god. On 10 HP. Does get out. And this is some okay damage, this is true. I mean, GuMiho, he already had the faster CC, remember that? Faster orbital as well, so GuMiho does have a better economy. What's concerning though, of course, is going to be can he sustain himself against the harass and aggression from Cure, as he's moving out with earlier tank production and with the earlier Banshee. Cure, he does rally his army towards the center, he's going for his push. Of course, Intermission Matrix is already researched. Banshee making his way towards the mineral line. Main army through the center. Can GuMiho keep up? Can he maintain that economy? Banshee's revealed. Distracting GuMiho. Getting a Marine, nothing too major. Cure, he does not pull to the trigger. Doesn't pull in. Backs up. And we're calming down. Meanwhile, I didn't quite get to mention this at the time, but GuMiho going for a very fast third CC. Third CC's on the way. Oh! Hellions getting called out. At least they do scout the main army. GuMiho, he's aware. At least aware. Third CC now on the way for Cure. Now the pressure's on Cure as he's about to scout, and the pressure's on to delay the third base. He knows he's behind. Cure, he's oh god. He knows he's behind, losing the Banshee. GuMiho soon to expand, and Cure has to delay for as long as possible, so he himself can catch up. And as Cure is posturing, GuMiho drops across the map. Those are going to be vanilla Marines. He retreats, he rotates, he will miss the medevac. And GuMiho is boosting into the main. And boosting straight into the main base. Cure out of position. He has no reinforcements back at home. No production either. Cure is just getting picked apart here. And he's committed. He has to go all in. Delaying the third base is not going to be good enough. Not anymore. He has to do more than that. They got depots. So far, he does force back the CC. As a matter of fact, they do drop towards the natural. More SCVs going to be going down. Yeah, getting up to 7, getting up to 8 SCV kills. Oh, not quite 8. Diving on the Viking, poison being pulled. There we go. Did I say it? Up to 10. 10 and counting. Third CC is delayed as well. 15 SCVs. 16. That's a full mineral line. And Cure, he at least contains GuMiho on 2 bases, but he's just falling so far behind here. At least economically. Oh no! The gas burns down as well. No. This GuMiho has just been all over Cure this game. There he gets his own damage done. Gets an SCV. Gets a couple of SCVs even. Okay, not bad. Order tries to pop off. They get 6, 7. Oh my god, they just keep going. 11 SCV kills. Fury's catching back up. It is going to be a one-way trip. That's the downside here, is that the Ravens are trapped. Ravens are trapped. Ooh, they snipe a Raven. A little bit sloppy here from GuMiho. We'll clean this up. Here pushing right down mid. Trying to force his way in. Marines, they collapse on the army. The bio goes down, and GuMiho, he completely shuts us down. GG gets called, and GuMiho will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GuMiho does take a lead in the series. Again, a solid game there out of GuMiho. He was just all over Cure. Initially, Cure had a very nice start, killing the building SCV, but outside of that one moment early on, GuMiho was just all over Cure. It was crazy. GuMiho being able to pop off with his drop play, with his counterattacks, with his Reaper Hellion as well, just getting SCV after SCV. Initially, it wasn't anything too major, but I mean, the key moment, of course, was when he was able to bypass the main army. If you remember, Cure, he had gone into earlier tank and earlier Banshee play. He was in the center of the map, and he barely missed the medevac skirting by the army. Medevac got into the main base, unloaded, and these weren't even stim Marines. They were vanilla Marines, but they killed 16 SCVs. So they killed a full mineral line worth of workers. They killed the gas geyser, if you recall, the depot. They delayed the third CC. Like, they got so much damage. They got game-ending damage. And if you remember, the reason why this happened is that Cure, he had nothing at home. He had everything routed across the map. He had no production. He was vulnerable. GG. GG, well played. With that, GuMiho takes the lead. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. As we load into one of the larger maps in the map pool, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Red Terran player from South Korea, representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, it is Cure. Go. And again, as a reminder, we did have a double gas opener last game out of Cure. We had a more economic build out of GuMiho, but we'll see how things differ here. As Cure, he moves out with the SCV, and he is a man on a mission, actually rallying towards the third base location. Are we planning to proxy? Likewise, GuMiho, are we doing the same build? As both GuMiho and Cure, we set out, yep, there we go, great minds think alike. Oh my god, they're just completely in sync. It's gonna be a 2x Reaper for GuMiho and 2x Reaper here for Cure. I say Reaper, and yeah, okay, it should be Reaper. There are technically Marauder-based builds like this, but alas, there is no room for a tech lab here for Cure, so it should just be Reapers all around. Yeah, 2 gases are being taken. And let's go. Now, this is not too committed. Bear that in mind. This is not an all-in. It's not an all-in. It's not too committed here. Otherwise, you'd see proxy 2 racks with a second racks as well. It's just 1. Just 1 racks. Just to apply pressure. Maintain map control. Get a bit of damage early on and then transition. Not an all-in, but committed. As the Reapers are on the way. And we'll see who hits first. This can get really chaotic though. On the one hand, I say this is not an all-in. It's true, it's not an all-in, but because they're mirroring each other, there's going to be a weird kind of game state where the Reapers of GuMiho could get into the main base of Cure and vice versa, and then both players start losing SCVs and then they don't stop, and then the game just ends. It could get rowdy. As Cure, he shoots first. He does shoot first. Massive pickoff. GuMiho taking a lot of hits, has to get the hell out of here, and he's going to lose the first Reaper. Massive loss for GuMiho. Ay, that should not have happened, and that might just be game. That might just be game, because straight up in a mirror matchup, this means that Cure, he has more Reapers than GuMiho. He has more Reapers. GuMiho does slip into the main base, though. Will delay the building factory. But Cure, he's going into the main base, and again, he has a Reaper lead, and well, what can we do? We have to pull the boys. Boys are being pulled. Reaper's under fire. Reaper does go down. Massive pickoff. And now there's nothing here. Now SCVs are falling left and right. There's going to be 1 Marine to defend. GuMiho, he's hoping for a surround. He's trying to look down the army. Alas, he won't be able to. That's going to be 3 SCVs. And the Reaper production continues. And GuMiho, he's up against the wall. Things are looking dire here for him. He's trying to race back. More SCVs under fire. Hellion dives in. Hellion takes a lot of hits. Oh my god. Hellion takes a lot of damage. 1 shot away from going down. GuMiho, he holds. He's holding. Cure still rallying. Still just rallying across the map. Again, GuMiho is down in Reapers. Even on Hellions. Second Hellion does arrive. That will help. Back at home, Curie does get a CC on location. It's going to be delayed. Delayed CC. GuMiho going into his own command center on the high ground. Much safer location instead. It's going to be far safer. Cure, he will scout. He will confirm. Is aware what's going on. Cure, he does have... Oh my god. I was going to say he has an economic lead. GuMiho floating into the mineral line. Okay. With this, GuMiho, we can threaten the SCVs themselves. Marine is going to pop out. Marine does pop. I mean, gets an SCV. True. Gets one. Should only get one. Oh my god, barely. Barely into getting one. Reapers, they try to dive in. They get shut down by the Hellions. GuMiho, he holds. He holds on. He's causing some damage. It's a little bit awkward, but it's happening. Cyclone has arrived. Max has to get the hell out of here. And now we can take a moment. We can take a moment to take stock. GuMiho just now landing his own natural. Cure, his own is already getting saturated. So Cure, he is ahead economically. Likewise, he maintained his Reaper count as well. I do favor Cure here. And GuMiho, he's going into mech. Not just any kind of mech, he's going into battle mech. Into Hyperflight Rotors as well. So he's going Mass Banshee. So the Banshee variation of battle mech. If you recall, we saw this not too long ago as well. From, I believe, Nicaract, if I recall correctly. No, sorry, Baby Marine, that's it. As we casted him against Mixu last night. And did go for the same build, but in a TVZ. Last is that second factory. And mech makes a lot of sense. As you can imagine, mech can be very efficient. A very efficient composition. But GuMiho is going to have to try to slow things down. As tank production has begun. Now, the Banshees, they will allow GuMiho to have some kind of map presence and to counterattack and to harass. True. We'll be able to harass with those Banshees. But he does have to build them up. He has to preserve them as well. Just waiting for Hyperflight Rotors. Waiting for Banshee speed. Just waiting for that. Likewise, Cure embracing Bio. More Raxes on the way. Double E-base, double upgrades. Third CC is almost done. And that's the third CC just now beginning here for GuMiho. So again, GuMiho is down a base. Is down in economy. These Banshees have a lot of work to do. They dive in. They get one, they get two. They get one SCV and they get 3 Marines. 4 Marines even. Bad. They've reset the Marine count. I mean, Stim is not done. Anti-air is limited. But there's the Cyclone. Oh! Lockwood is brutal. GuMiho has to retreats. Again, some decent big ups, but I'm sure he would have liked to have gotten some more workers, as he only got 1 SCV. He only got the 1. GuMiho pulling away. Nice rotation. Catches one of the Hellions. Dips into the main. Gets 2 more, gets 3 more SCVs and pulls away. And again, even if they're Vikings, because of Hyperflight Rotors, these Banshees should be able to escape. Oh no, they should be able to, but nice target firing. Kiri does focus on the weakened Banshee, massive pickup. GuMiho coming in to reinforce. No, the Banshee left idle once again. But there's a punish. One of the Vikings gets caught. The rest of the Cyclones are revealed. We can see Cure moving out. Stim is now done. And GuMiho, he needed more time. Cure is rotating over towards the south side. GuMiho double expanding, but GuMiho, he's lacking map control. He doesn't know it. We'll hit the mineral line. Both players under fire. A couple of SCs go down. At the same time, GuMiho back at home also is exposed. Fury does threaten a dive. There's a big disable here on the first tank. Oof, tank goes down. Meanwhile, SCVs are still falling. Nice control by GuMiho. Takes down 10 SCVs. 10 SCVs go down. And again, GuMiho did double expand. Just racing back home. I say racing back with the Cyclones at least, going for a counterattack with those Vikings. Going for a massive Viking counterattack. Gets a Marine. Banshee trying to distract. The mass Viking coming in. Okay, he calms down. Does pull back. Does pull back, sniping one of those medevacs. GuMiho's own economy has been up and running. Despite losing a base, or I should say despite being denied a base, the workers, they survived. He was able to pull away, just saturate the 4th, get it up and running. Now he's retaking his 3rd. And despite having a rough start, GuMiho, he is recovering. Has recovered. Here pushing through the center. Rotating to the top side. GuMiho, he has his tanks centralized here towards the south. He's not in position. GuMiho getting caught out of position. He has to rotate. These tanks are not helping. Again, that's a lot of tanks. It's just a lot of tanks with GuMiho, and they're just stuck here towards the south. Despite that, Cure, he doesn't go in. There is a window. There is an opportunity here, but he doesn't quite commit. Does rally reinforcements. Oh, getting a medevac. Here come the disables. Cure rotating, trying to push through the center. Tanks are here. Decent tank bullies on the bio. Cure having a hard time pushing in, but his tank count is still strong. And he's pushing through. There's no support here. The tanks are exposed. And they're on their own. There's no Hellions. There's no Cyclones. The tanks, they need some kind of support. And that's where it is. I was like, what are we making right now? We're making tanks and BCs. BCs are on the way. GuMiho being too greedy here with his army composition. Instead of having that buffer zone, instead of, again, supporting his army, he was being greedy. He was being greedy, taking into BCs. Triple armory! What is happening? Getting into triple armory with all the upgrades. Vehicle platings, vehicle weapons, ship weapons as well. Insane. I mean, the first VC has arrived, but it does get a couple of tanks. Okay. There's not enough Marines. Not enough bio. The VC holds. Cyclone master across the map. Tank is in position. That's only got 2 SCVs. That one BC hunting down any other unit he can. Tanks, more Marines. Runs into the army, gets surrounded, and does recall in time. Does teleport away. Meanwhile, Curie still has a 40 supply lead. Has a terrifying army. Plenty of bio, plenty of tanks. And GuMiho just doesn't really have enough here to hold. He's got 1 tank, sorry, 2 tanks. Another tank on the high ground. The CC, it's gonna go down. Marines, they can stim in. That one BC doing what it can, but there's only so much it can do. As Curie stutter sets forward, gets into the mineral line. SCVs are going to be falling. 11 SCV kills. At the same time, GuMiho, he gets across the map, takes down a tank, 3 SCVs. It is some damage. GuMiho getting another base. Okay. I mean, I'm still impressed here that even though GuMiho's been taking some really rough trades, or really rough fights, he just keeps expanding. Like, he just doesn't stop. he just keeps taking more bases. He's still okay. And the upgrades are kicking in. He's got 111, 222 now on the horizon. The triple armory. Will GuMiho get away with this? No shot. No shot. I mean, he kind of is. He's still making more Vikings. He's making a third BC. Kira likewise getting into his own Viking production as well. Does dive in, once again going for the CC. A lot of tank shots going off. Really rough trade for Kira, actually throwing away a little of his bio. Most of the Marines go down. Does catch the base. Looking at the Viking count is actually slightly in favor of Cure. GuMiho has the better upgrades. But Cure's got more Vikings. Behind this, a third starport on the way, going mass Viking lib. I mean, that's what TVT turns into. For those that are curious, did begin with bio tank, that is true, but you can see here that there's no bio production. There's no Marines, no Marauders. Reason for that is that it's all about the sky. It's all about the sky superiority. Sorry, I should say the air superiority. The Sky Terran. As we need more Vikings, we have Thors on the way for GuMiho. Will help. Thors are on the way. They're pushing in. GuMiho trying to keep up. Yamato is researched. So we could see Yamato's popping up. Secure, he pulls away. Base is being retaken. Both armies are maxing out. GuMiho is still down in Vikings slightly, but he has Thors and BCs to make up for that. Can Cure break through? Not feeling too confident. 2-2 is done. We have 3-3-3 on the way. Let's go. Oh god, I can't believe that he got away with this, by the way. Like, Kira, he had a nice lead. He had a substantial lead. He was able to break the expansions twice, specifically the third base. But GuMiho, he was able to, at least the first time, save his workers, second time save the command center as well. By time. Rush into battle cruisers, got away with it. More libs on the way for Cure. Getting to more liberators. BCs, they do go for the they go for the upgrades. And the 9+3. It's a 9+3. We should be teleporting away. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. GuMiho does teleport. I love that GuMiho, he moves in, he gets damage done, he teleports away, and still sharking around here with these Vikings. Speaking of, though, that's a massive Viking count for Cure. He's got 28 Vikings. He has almost pure Sky Terran. Almost purely Sky Terran here. He's got 28 Vikings, 8 Liberators. He's got 2 Marines, 4 Marauders, and 2 tanks. And how does this work here when it comes to his army composition? On the one hand, he should be able to take over the sky and then take over the ground with those libs. But at the same time, Thors could be an issue. If he stacks. If he stacks during the fight, if the Thor volleys pop off, then GuMiho could take it. Otherwise, it should be in favor of Cure. As the ground army of GuMiho isn't really helping too much. A lot of his supply tied up in tanks, and the tanks, they're not really going to help when it comes to the main fight. They can trade against the economy, but GuMiho does have to trade them out. Does scan. Ooh, that's a good lot of cancel. Guys finding Vikings, they land. Forcing back Cure. CC should be going down. Command center. Cure, he has to be careful to throw away any Vikings here. He has a lot of Vikings, but he does have a split army. It's spread out. Ideally, GuMiho does want to get rid of some of these tanks, as they're kind of dead supply at this point. They're not going to help in the main fight. Again, they can mainly kill SCVs. It's tanks that don't shoot up. Sure, gets spotted. BC's had to dive in. Cure out of position. He has to respond. And what do we go for? There's not really too much value here. I mean, we can go for the starports, true. And I guess the CC. Liberators, they respond. Teleporting onto the ground army. At least trying to. Speaking of ground army, though, we do push towards bottom right. Flying some of the orbitals. Getting one. Getting two. It's going down. Freedom has arrived. Lords are trying to help. Tanks are going to be thrown away. And brutal losses. The Freedom is too good, and every single tank is going to go down. GuMiho remaxing with Cyclones. Interesting. So we're going for a Cyclone response. Magfield Accelerator is just now starting. More BCs on the way. Vikings to engage. GuMiho cannot fight this head on. Oh, the turrets though. Turrets, they do help. They catch our Vikings. Same time, BCs, they hit a mineral line. Vikings trying to get the hell out of here. As they do waddle away. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Vikings are trading out. BC's popping up. GuMiho remaxing with more Cyclones, actually. I mean, that is going to be a unique way to deal with this problem. It's going to be unique. Armada's popping up. Getting one starport. Look, there's a teleport. Cyclones, they're coming for the punish. Oh my god, there's a scan. He gets one, he gets five, he gets 6 Vikings. The Cyclone, the Cyclowns. Let's go. That was without Magfield, by the way. So without Magfield accelerators. Kira now going to be forced into bio production, as he needs an answer to those Cyclones. This GuMiho is still building up. Kira now down in the economy, down in workers. Losing more hit to these Cyclones. You can see Kira forced to respond. And the base is going to go down. Oof, it's going to be a kill. Again, the Cyclones was a correct move here from GuMiho. Just a really mobile army. Of course, they have anti-air. So if I'm able to shut down those Vikings. Kira, he's stuck on 3 bases. He barely has economy. He cannot max out. He has no money for it. So has a terrifying army, don't get me wrong. That's 27 Vikings. Coming in to pick him apart. Tries to get reinforcements. Ooh, there's a lock on. Army gets caught out. Curie just sends everything across the map. He's had enough. Teleport orders. Oh, the BC. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, BC's in teleport of the army. GG gets called. No final fights as Curie, he just ran out of steam, and GuMiho, you will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. The hell just happened? GG, well played. GuMiho with a very impressive game there. Again, GuMiho, he was up against the wall. He was losing SCVs. He was being denied bases. Cure did have a stronger start to the game. Cure even took a Viking lead towards the end there, but GuMiho, he was just so active as well when it came to his harassment, when it came to his Banshee harass, his run-wise, his drop play, the Marine drop into the main base, the Cyclone, or the Cyclone counterattacks as well. Very impressive. The BC run-by is like, I thought it was too greedy for GuMiho to rush into BCs, and it was too greedy because he went BC into triple armor. He was crazy, and that's one of the reasons why he was lacking any kind of presence to defend back at home. But he got away with it. Did get away with it in the end. He was able to defend with the bare minimum, able to counterattack, and able to claw his way back into it, and then overwhelm. GG well played. Very impressive performance there by GuMiho to claim the win, to take the series, and now we're getting ready here for our next matchup. Now, this does confirm our first two in the semifinals, GuMiho and herO. GuMiho and herO, they advance on to the semifinals. We are here to determine which other two players also make it to the lower semifinals. Oh boy. As we have two ZVPs ahead of us here, we have Dark versus Creator, followed by SHIN versus Classic. Here we go. As we're jumping into game number one here, we're going to be loading into Star Child. So I always do appreciate featuring the TLMC maps whenever we can. Always do appreciate it. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Star Child, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. Whew. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is Creator. Here we go, and welcome one and all to Star Child, one of the larger maps in the map pool. Again, just for those that are maybe curious, they're like, hold on, Star Child? The hell's that? It's a map app. It's so the KSL, alongside many other tournaments, tournaments like the Pickasaur Monday, tournaments like the Monday Night Weeklies, alongside the Hub Cup, and our tournaments as well, a lot of the tournament organizers have come together and have come to consensus that we don't want the old maps. We don't want Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Square, and King's Cove. The old maps are outdated when it comes to how they're made and their features as well. Specifically, those three maps are very large. They're very large, and they do favor turtle play, even though one of the goals of the latest patch was to try to disincentivize turtle play, at least by ESL. The map pool kind of works against that. So as a result, for tournaments that I just mentioned, they have since removed those older maps, and they have added some TLMC maps instead. Maps like this, maps like Star Child. So that's why in the KSL and in other open cups, you will not see Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Square, or King's Cove. For now, Hatchgas Pool standard opener out of Dark. Likewise, Creator settling into his own standard opener as well. And welcome all to Star Child. Star Child, when it comes to the three new maps that are replacing the older three maps, this is the largest one. It's a very large map in the map pool. Likewise, a lot of different attack paths as well. There are some locations which are more defendable, like here, with these rocks, with these ramps, but there are other locations which are more vulnerable as well. So we'll see how our players do approach this. Personally, I do appreciate the aesthetic and the features of Star Child. It's not as one note or cut and dry as like Abyssal Reef, for example, or Neon Violet Square. And I appreciate that, hey, this is a best of three, and both Dark and Creator are willing to play on it as well. So even though, like, I feel like traditionally, if you try to introduce like maps that aren't a part of the ladder, then players, they just avoid them. But no, here, even in a shorter format like this, we have our players embracing them. So we do appreciate it. From here, it is going to be a Stargate in the main, so Stargate opener out of a Creator. Meanwhile, Dark going for the initial hatch gas pool into a third. Link speed is on the way, pulls out of gas. So far, we're settling in. And again, because it's a larger map, this typically does favor a more macro play, but we'll see if that's the case. See if that is the case. Also, a bit of a PSA. I mean, I think it's too late now. We'll be going over it tomorrow during the podcast, but the most latest TLMC, the submission phase, I believe has concluded. But there is a new iteration of the Team Liquid map contest. And submission phase concluded a couple of days ago, and we will be going into the later phases of the TLMC, going over the maps, and yeah, just adding our own feedback as well. We'll get there when it comes to the podcast. We'll be getting to it tomorrow. Otherwise, we do have our third base on the way. Creator setting up for his eventual third. Oracles are moving out. And we'll see if Dark can keep up. Here we go. This Creator, he does poke in. Looking for a way in. Being active here with his Adepts, with the Oracles. So far, no major damage. So far, Dark is keeping up. Creator, he threatens a dive. Oh! Does threaten. No major damage yet. Dark is going to be going for a 4:30 lair timing. Interesting. So it's going to be going lair first. This can go in a couple of different ways. This can be for lings into Hydras. This could be something a little bit more nefarious here. We could be seeing Overlord speed, and then we could be going towards some Drop Lord play, even into Nidus play. But as we can see here, extra gases are being taken, getting up to 3 gases here. I'm curious if we are going to be going into Ling Hydra or into something more aggressive instead. We're droning. We're droning up. Should be more macro based. So Lings into Hydras into further tech from there. Meanwhile, Creator going for his own follow-up tech. Twilight Counts on Forge into plus 1 on Blink. Standard follow-up here by Creator. And he wasn't really able to achieve too much across the map. The Oracles and Adepts, they got like some damage done when it came to the creep, but oh my god. The Oracle barely does escape, taking a lot of damage. Dark holds. And Dark is droning. Dark, he's droning up, he's saturating bases, taking more gases, and with all these gases, with all this droning, we should be working towards not just Hydras, but towards Hive Tech as well. As there is that Hydra death. So we are embracing a longer game state. Likewise, Creator will have the opportunity to be aggressive himself once he gets into Blink. Until then, he's stuck at home. And we're settling in. Lings are being active. Creator, likewise, he does push towards the left-hand side. Looking to deny the 4th base. We'll see if he can. Here we go. So Creator is going to be forced back. So we will have a bit of a lull here. That was a really interesting and cool game. You don't see those compositions too often. Yeah, I mean that's why it's always a lot of fun casting GuMiho. I'm assuming you were referring to the GuMiho game. But GuMiho is always a very unique player. He always does things his own way. Always a lot of fun to watch. Always a treat. Always. As a Creator, he does deny the expansion. Now, thankfully, Dark did double expand, so he already has a 4th. But the 5th is denied. Creator taking up, working towards a Bay, not Storm, working towards Colossus instead. This is a little bit more old school, as you can imagine. I mean, we bring this up whenever we can, but in the latest patch, because of the change to the NG overcharge and because of the added benefit that High Templar received from that change, we often do see Storm. We see, Gateway Army into Storm instead, then into Skytoss. Creator playing old school, going into a second Robo into mass Colossus production instead. This is very old school. I say very old school. This is like 2023. It's like 2023 meta of PvZ. Ling Hydra diving on the main army though. And the Colossus, they're still building up. Creator getting caught out. Lings, they coming for the surround. Thankfully there is Blink. Does Blink away. Dark rallying in. Knocking down that front door. Lings, they flood into the main. Colossus does arrive. Alas, gets surrounded. Oh, no shield battery. No shield battery position. The Colossus, it looks like it barely will hold its own. Whew. Does hold, does survive. Hydra trading with Stalkers. More Lings coming in. The Colossus is still very low. But Creator holds. Whew. Creator, he does barely hold on. Dark being forced back. He's going to be forced back, and now he's taking. Hive is halfway done. The Lurker Den did just begin, so Dark is working towards Hide the Lurker Viper. Creator, he survives. He can now take another base. Fourth base is on the way, and now he can afford to max out with a ground-based army. Now, typically, this does lead into a kind of 4 Colossus +2 timing. You can see +2 is on the horizon, and we're already at 2, soon to be 3, potentially more Colossus from there. This is a style that players like Creator and Showtime were very fond of a couple of years ago. And from here, Creator, he has to make a choice. Does he either commit and push out with his upgrades with his 3 Colossus, or does he macro, does he tech? Does he take into Sky Toss? But now he's pushing. Oracles towards the right, main army towards the left. He wants that 5th. Ooh, his Oracles they take a lot of hits. One of the Oracles does survive. Not quite worth it here for Creator. At the same time, getting caught out. Oh, a bit of a miss rally. Colossus goes down. Massive pickup. And Dark, he's setting up for a surround. Trying to come in from behind. Brutal Stasis. Stasis does go off. There's the recall. Yeah, Creator, he notices. Does spot the army. Gets the hell out of there. Otherwise, he would have lost everything. Thankfully, does escape. Does escape with 2 Colossus. Disruptive production has begun. Still committed to ground toss. No fleet beacon yet. No sky toss. This Creator is pushing forward. Likewise, Vipers have now arrived. Big abductions, big yoinks. He gets 1, he gets 2. Gets both Colossus and the War Prism. And GG gets called. Creator's army gets picked apart, and Dark, he will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. Dark wasn't quite able to get into Lurker tech, but it was just a very chaotic game state there. As Creator, he was caught out in the open, he was caught out on the map. Vipers, they came in clutch, and with that, Dark takes a lead. GG. GG, well played. Sorry, just catching up in the chat. Who are the best Terrans, actually? I'm assuming you're asking for the best Terran player. Currently, Clem. I think everyone in unison would say, I mean, Clem, he's the world champion, best player in the world, would be Clem. The hierarchy would probably be like... I mean, I would have said before Oliveira's retirement, I would have said Clem, then Maru, then Oliveira. Is a bit of a shame that Oliveira did retire. I guess in his absence, you could maybe make an argument for GuMiho or Cure. I would say that Bjorn is slumping at the moment. Bjorn, he's been looking a little bit weaker over the past month, specifically like 3 weeks to 3 to 4 weeks. Bjorn has been struggling a little bit more. But you know, the hierarchy typically like changes over time, depending on who's more active. You know, we're in the off season as well. I have 5k to donate to the community. How should I share it? It depends kind of what you want. It depends if you want to run tournaments, right? If you want to run tournaments, then I would recommend sharing that with tournament organizers. It also depends what kind of tournaments you want as well, how you want it spent. If you don't really care as much, then to whoever you enjoy watching, to your like more favorite content creator. Kind of like depends what you want out of it, I suppose. Does depend. Go. Oh, the community. True. I love GuMiho. My favorite to watch. He's an animal. He is an animal. He is not an animal. The people. He is the people's champion. Ah. The people's champion. But it depends. Like, I mean, if you want something more structured, like we have a Patreon, right? Like we have a Patreon here on the CranKy Ducklings. So it's all kind of laid out for like what events that we run and we host and things of that nature. Does depend what you're looking for. Otherwise, we're diving in. We're diving into game number 2 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ley Lines. We have the blue Zerg player from South Korea leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from South Korea as well. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is a creator. And as we salute, a big shout out to Blakers, God, my God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 100 bits in the chat. Thank you. We do appreciate the support. Thank you. We do appreciate it. Again, it's thanks to the support that we get through the chat that we're able to cast as often as we do, host our tournaments as well, able to pay for graphics and overlays and logos. So thank you, Blakers. Always do appreciate it. Always. So we are settling in. We are going to be selling it from here. So far, we do have a standard opener out of Dark, likewise standard opener out of Creator. We are going to be loading into a much smaller map. As a reminder, last game we did see some more, I should say, greedy and macro play. We saw Dark rushing into his own 5-base setup with a 4-base economy, rushing into a faster lair in towards Hydra or Ling Hydra Viper specifically. We also saw Creator being very tech heavy as well. He did take a later 4th base, and you could argue that maybe Creator was being a little bit too assertive considering the game state. He was caught out in the open, but we could see something very different here on ley lines. It is a smaller map, and as a result, more aggressive play is something that's more likely here. Not saying that we will see an all-in or anything like that, but the chances of more aggression is higher here on ley lines compared to Starchild. And Dark, he likes his aggression. True. Does like it. For now, getting to our take of choice. Pylon is placed, getting ready for the Stargate. And likewise, Dark, he does pull out of gas. Pulls out of gas. Link speed is on the way. Ooh, and I assumed it was going to be a Stargate, but no, never mind. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener. Interesting. You have my attention. Now, if this was any other player, I would be like, okay, so this could be Glaive Adepts, could be a Glaive Adept opener into a 3rd base. This could be a DT-based opener instead. But something that Creator has been mixing in a little bit here is a more European-centric build, which is 3-gate Glaives into a 3rd. Actually, a faster 3rd base, but that is not the case here because we have a Robo, and so far we're staying in gas. Staying in gas, going for the Robo follow-up. This does look like a Dark Shrine. It looks like DTs, but we'll keep an eye on Creator. Keep an eye on him as he is walling up. Back at home, Dark just droning, saturating it. There it is. There's a Dark Shrine. If Creator had pulled out of gas, if he had pulled out and had 4 mining gas instead of 6, it would be Glaives. Alas, because he stayed in, DTs. Likewise, the Robo was also a tell. Now, this is not an all-in. This is a way to get economic damage early on. This is also a way to gain map control. The reason for this, one, of course, DTs, they can threaten the mineral lines, but after detection gets thrown down, the Dark Templar can morph into Archons, and then you can go into Archon drops and try to maintain control of the map, hunt down Overlords, deny creep, fight with Queens, and even get into mineral lines as well. And as all that's happening, ideally, the Protoss player expands and gets their 3rd. So again, this is an aggressive start, but still looking to get into a longer game. Meanwhile, Dark is scouting, is checking, will get eyes on the lack of 3rd. That is a big tell. As a response, Roachborn. So it's going to be a 4-minute Roachborn out of Dark, a very safe play from the Zerg player. Spore in the main. No Spore anywhere else yet, but the main base is secure. Lings are amassing. Queens are moving forward. Likewise, Dark has decent SimCity to work with. There we go. 2nd Spore is on the way. This Spore should cover the entrance towards the natural and also partly the 3rd. And here come the Dark Templar. DTs, they have arrived. They're making their way over. Well, you could argue Spores. Oh, does reposition. Nicely done. Spore moves forward. Lings, they collapse in. And they force us. Oh my god, the Prism! Jeez. Prism takes a lot of damage. Does get away. Whew. And from here, Creator, he can now morph in the Zarkons, but because the Prism took so much damage here, now there's less draw potential. There's less draw potential to actually threaten the mineral lines. The Prism is very vulnerable, and likewise, so are the Archons as a result. So Creator's moving in. Archons in mid-4. They get 1, they get 2 drones. So keeping up. And the creator is going to be forced back. It's going to be zoned away. Likewise, creator getting to charge into +1. And so far, at least he has kept this army alive, and he's going to be able to clear up all this creep. Tumors are going down. I'm building up Immortals back at home. Immortals into +1 into charge as well. So far, so good. And Dark, he's not really being too aggressive here. Like, he's being active with these lings, but behind this, just droning. He's just droning up, just trying to maintain his economy. Saturating his bases, taking into a Hydra Den. A little more mid-game oriented. As Archon's up. Can they get a queen? One more shot. Do we get a transfuse? We do. Whew. Transfuse just in time. Dark, he preserves the queens. Lings, they race back home from harassing. Dark didn't really get much done across the map. And Creator, he reinforces. He can warp in as well. He's going to be committing. Roaches are on the way. Dark, he needs more time. So far, Clutch Transfuse once again saves the queen. Barely saves the queen. Creator, he doesn't commit. He sees the army. He wants none of that. He backs off. He backs off. Rotating once again. Still maintaining himself. Once again does reinforce, this time with everything he has. Immortals included. So at least some units to defend back at home. Dark, ooh, brutal supply block. 6 overlords on the way. Now is not the time. Now is not the time for a supply block. Creator pushing in. Dark, he has the concave. He has a massive arc. Creator, he doesn't commit. Pulls away, respects the position. Does pull back. And something that Creator's been great at so far, even though he has been posturing and has been getting some damage done, he hasn't committed to a fight. And this army has been slowly building up this entire time. More Archons, more Immortals, and he's not really taking up any further from here. There's no Bay into Colossus production, there's no Storm, for example, there's no Disruptors, just purely this death bull of a Charger Archon Immortal-based composition instead. He's pushing in. Again, this army is very beefy. Working his way through the roaches. Dark is having a bit of a harder time. He's being forced back. Archons are going down. He gets one. He gets one Archon. Denies the base. On the Prism. No! Ooh, Prism goes down. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from Creator. He overextends. Now we can't reinforce on the front lines. At the same time, Dark rallying in. Building a more Roach Hydra. Roach Hydra is building up. He has no lurkers. Without lurkers, it is going to be a tough hold. So far, he's still buying more time. He kites back, gets an Archon. Drags the army over towards the right. His bases are safer. And Creator, he pulls away. I mean, he had to make a choice here. Either he commits into an all-in, but the problem is that he has no War Prism. If he had the War Prism, he could have kept going. But the Prism is being rebuilt. He got sniped earlier. Now retaking his 4th base. And as Creator stuck at home, Dark, he maxes out. He's getting further ahead. Dark, he's maxed. This would be the time to start taking towards something like Lurkers. But now just sticking with the Lair Tech army. Pure Roach Hydra. Once again running into this. So it's terrifying. And Dark, he knows that he has to be proactive. He has to engage ahead of time. Doesn't want to let this army max out. And he will get one Archon. One Archon goes down, a nice concave. Forces back Creator once again, getting on top of the expansion. Creator bleeding out a couple of probes, a couple of zealots. Back at home, we do have DTs popping off. Oh my god, 16 drones going down. DT's the main in the natural. Workers are falling. Finally being cleaned up. The Creator gets a mineral line. Does get a mineral line. What's scary here, this happens quite often with Dark, is that Dark, he lost a mineral line and he's still making more units. He's not droning. So his bank is going to be a little bit lackluster here. He will have a massive army, that is true. But that might hurt him in the end. Dark coming in from multiple angles, coming in for an attempted surround. Remember, there is no splash damage. Despite that, the Immortals, they hold their own. Still an open engage here for Creator. Roach Hydra pushing in. Heads towards the mineral line. Archons are going down. But he's out of roaches. He has to back off. Does have to retreat. Better trades for Creator. Does trade well. And this is what I was worried about. Dark, he just remaxed. And he's out of money. he's out of money. He's only on 55 drones. Now he's redroning. And Dark doesn't really have too much sustain here. I mean, neither does Creator, true. Creator, he lost the 4th twice. And is still stuck on 3 bases. And that might just be enough for Dark. Just deny the 4th base over and over and over again. Creator's moving in. He's got 8 Immortals. That's a lot of Immortals. Now Dark is taking for stage bits on the way, but it's a very late pit. It's very late tech. Creator is forcing his way through. And I'm not so sure Dark can engage here. Not against this many Immortals and Archons. Yeah, the soup does lie. But Creator, he has a more efficient army. Hydras are coming in from behind, though. He's coming in for the surround. The Prism does fall, but the Warping completes. Expansions go down. Mineral Line as well. We're running out of Archons. We're running out of that buffer. As there's one Archon left, Lings, they flood in, and Lings are all that Dark needs. He comes in for the surround. There's no support. The Immortals are on their own. They're on their own. They get shut down, and Dark, he holds. He shuts down the entire army. Cleans it up, did lose a base, did lose a mineral line, but GG gets called. There's nothing left, and Dark, he will take the series 2-0. Whew. GG. GG, well played, Dark. He will claim the series. Creator, he was fighting well, he was trading well, that is true. Dark didn't really have much of a bank, but something that was really hurting Creator there is his lack of support for those Immortals. He was running out of Archons. If he had something like Storm, for example, that would have been ideal against the Ling Hydra army, whether it's more Storms or whether it's, you know, just having a 4th base to actually afford something like an Archon Zealot composition to support the army, one or the other. Alas, he had neither. He had either no splash damage or no 4th base. So Creator was all in. He was all in. There was no 4th base. There was no greater economy behind it. It was all or nothing. And again, he was fighting well, but ran out of steam. Did run out of steam. GG, well played. Whew. Dark, he does take the game, does take the series, and Dark will advance on into the semi-finals. And the question becomes, who will face off against Dark in those semis? We're here to find out. We're here to find out. We have one final match here in the quarterfinals before we get into the semis. We have another ZVP, but a very different kind of ZVP. We're going to be featuring SHIN and Classic. Let's go. Let us go. Again, SHIN, he's kind of rising up as a very active Zerg player and as almost a replacement for Dark. Dark in recent times has been less active and of course has been looking after his family, is now a father, is now a pappy, if you will. And the military service is on the horizon here. SHIN been doing his best to kind of fill those shoes, but those are big shoes to fill, especially against his current opponents. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg for Gaming Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have this week's WarDTV Monday runner-up, the South Korean Protoss. It is Classic. Here we go. Again, Classic performing very well this week in the WarDTV Monday. If you missed out, I do recommend the VODs. We did cast it, of course, as we always do on a regular basis. I believe in that event, Classic did bring down GuMiho, was able to bring down GuMiho, able to bring down some other top players, of course, to make it to those finals to face off against Clem in those finals. I mean, as you can imagine, Clem, he was the favorite player. Clem is a beast, best Terran or best player in the world even. You can go that far. But regardless, Classic, of course, has been doing well for himself. For a while, though, has been in the shadow of herO. True, has been in his shadow. We saw that at Gamers 8, Classic did very well for himself, even outperforming herO. But that was, what, 2 years ago? 2 years ago at this point. Since then, Classic has been having a bit of a harder time really shining and really being able to find his footing. Has been very experimental with some of his play. We've seen him go into Tempest rushes at times. Did kind of popularize that in GSL a couple of years ago. Like has been aggressive himself, but we'll see. We'll see how he does compared to SHIN. We shall see. Likewise, SHIN has been a very active player in the online tournament scene. I would say SHIN has been the most active Zerg player, more so than Dark, more so than anyone else. I mean, there's no one else to name. More so than Dark, more so than Solar. Rainer and Serral, they don't play in online tournaments. They don't play in open cups, I should emphasize. Tournaments like KSL, WarDTV Monday, Pegasaur Cups, the Monday nights events are open cups as well. Like SHIN, he's playing in almost everything. He's like the online Zerg hero. And we'll see how he does compare. For now, Hatch Gas Pull, standard opener, pulls out of gas. Setting up for his third base, likewise Stargate opener out for Classic. We don't really expect Classic to deviate too much. Classic, he is willing to go Glaive Adepts, for example, every now and then, but not here, not in game 1. Not yet. The soup did, true, the soup did not lie. It did not lie that game. True, it's a rarity. You're not wrong. Oh, meanwhile, that is not an Oracle. That is a Void Ray opener instead. Interesting. It is going to be the Void Ray. Is getting into that Void Ray. Classic dipping in. Just trying to scout, just trying to make sure there's no early gases, no early tech, no early lair or Roach Warren. And the Void Ray has arrived. Now, the power of a Void Ray opener is that you hunt down Overlords and you keep the Zerg player in the dark. There's a bit of a give and take. The downside, of course, is that the Void Ray is less mobile than the Oracle, and you are more vulnerable to Ling run-bys and Ling aggression. Oracles do an amazing job at defending, Void Ray is less so. As Lings, they hit the base, Adept gets surrounded, Adept goes down. And again, the Void Ray is out of position. So nice pick off here by SHIN, gets the Adept. Meanwhile, that is a very fast Twilight Council. That's a part of the wall? Wait, what? Interesting. Now, because of how fast this was thrown down at the same time as the expansion, by the way. This, I would imagine, is going to be Glaive Adepts. I would imagine Glaives here out of Classic. I'm just a little bit in shock here that it's a part of the wall. This is never seen, because usually you want to hide this. Usually you want this to be a surprise. But, Classic, he has no secrets. And, oh, he's going to lose another Adept. Another Adept goes down. Pylon as well. Massive pick up here by SHIN. SHIN pulls away. SHIN has not seen the natural. And meanwhile, that is not Glaives. That is early Blink. Interesting. Now, what does early Blink mean? First things first. Blink, because it's so fast, is going to finish in time. If SHIN was going for a German taxi, if he was going for a Roach all-in off of like 2.5 bases, then Classic would be safe against that, would be ideal. Likewise, Classic can also turn this defense into an offensive build and be more active and more aggressive with his Blink Stalkers, as that is a massive gateway explosion. Okay, getting up to 6 gates. going for a 6-gate setup. The downside of this build is your upgrades. The Forge is just not finishing. As you can imagine, usually your Forge is lined up with your Twilight Council and you can get your upgrades at the same time. Here the Forge is delayed because of the insanely fast Twilight Council instead. So upgrades are going to be far later. It does mean that Classic, it takes him a little bit longer to scale into a longer game. But he makes up with that with early blink and with potential early pickoffs. If Classic plays this well enough, he could even try to force a cancel and even kill the 4th base of SHIN. This 4th base can be under fire. Okay, assuming that Classic does move out. He only has the 1 Oracle though. Interesting. So typically, like, the strength of these Blink Stalkers early on is usually emphasized and usually supported by additional Oracles, right? When you open up in this matchup, we go double Oracle, sometimes triple Oracle. In hero's case, sometimes quadruple Oracle. With only 1 Oracle, this army is actually far weaker. It's that much more exposed. So Classic has to be very careful, as he has limited pulsar beams to support himself and limited stasis traps as well. Goes for the relation links, they can just dive in. Force out a blink. SHIN biding his time. Behind this, taking up into Hydras. Going Roach Hydra, actually. Classic, he wants to force a cancel, but I'm not so sure he can. Okay, gonna be zoned away. Lings, they threaten us around. No stasis traps. Gets a Queen. Queen does fall. SHIN going for a counterattack instead. Does move out. The Adept is gonna be able to hold the line. Whew. Adept does hold. Link's trying to flood in. Stalkers, they find more Queens. They got 2 earlier, they get 3 here. 5 Queens going down. Link's a force back. Classic doing well. Here comes Roach Hydra, and Classic, he did not kill the expansion. Did not get the 4th. Classic being forced further back. Behind this, taking up in towards Archons and Storm. Temple Archives is now done. Oh, he's getting called out. These are expensive losses for Classic. I can ideally want to build this. Oh no! The Oracle goes down! That wasn't quite worth it. I was going to say, ideally you want to build up your store count over time. Build up your Oracles as well, but... yeah, Lings, they come in for a surround as well. There's the blink. Lings, they can chase this down. Catching a Stalker. And Classic, once again, he's just caught out in the open. Trying to hold his own. Bleeding out more Stalkers. Afraid to look. 16. Oh, 16 Stalkers going down. Mainly for Lings. Has gotten 12 Hydras at least. True. Did get 12. SHIN rotates. Storm is not yet done. SHIN diving on the High Templar. He wants them up. Can he get them? Pulls back with the Hydras. There we go. He gets 1. He gets 2. There's 2 High Templar left. And they will barely survive. Despite that, though, he just rallies in. Better concave here for SHIN. Storm is done in 1 second. There's 1 High Templar left. He has 1 Storm. Oh my god, it's barely alive. On 1 HP. And despite having 1 Storm, he can't quite land it. There we go, Storm comes in. That's all he had left. Again, there's no shield batteries, no stack defense, no stasis traps. Probes are going down, and the 3rd base is being broken. Again, the build of Classic was lackluster. He rushed into Blink, but he didn't get the base. He got caught out himself. Didn't have the Oracles to support himself either. And with that, SHIN, he overwhelms. He does overwhelm, takes down the final High Templar. GG gets called, and SHIN, he will take a 1-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A very committed start out of Classic, and again, it just wasn't quite worth it in the end. He delayed a bunch of his tech in favor of early Blink, and what did he get done with it? He did kill Queens, true. Did snipe some Queens, but he was hoping for more. Hoping to get more with that early Blink. With that, SHIN does overwhelm, and SHIN is now 1 game away from making it to the semifinals. Classic, he has to fight back here and now to try to force the ace match We'll see if he can, as we load into a much smaller map, as we load into Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg leading the series 1-0. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player. It is Classic. Getting down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. The pressure is now on, and it's going to be on even further here as we load into Whispers of Gold. Again, Whispers of Gold, it is one of the smallest maps in the map pool, very aggressive map as well, short rush distance by ground, and very exposed third and fourth base. So very exposed bases. Because of that, we could see Classic once again. I was going to say we could see him go for a fast blink again, but I don't like the idea of doing that 2 games in a row. Instead, we could be seeing Glaive Adepts. True, we could see a more Glaive Adept heavy composition. We could see a more standard start into a 3-base all-in instead of a 3-base play. Same is applicable to SHIN. We'll keep an eye on them. We'll keep an eye on them. We have been seeing a lot of Glaive Adepts on Whispers of Gold as of late. So that is going to be at the forefront of my mind coming into this game. But we keep an eye on our players. So far, Gate expanded Cybercore, standard opener out of Classic. Likewise, SHIN as well. Hatch Gas Pool. Nothing crazy early on. I mean, it is a rarity to see like 12 pools. We see it every now and then, maybe like once a week sort of thing. Every now and then. But this series as well, SHIN doesn't go for the hatch block. Not yet. Getting his natural up and running. Now we're just chilling, we're just joining. The Overlord dives in. The Overlord does get eyes on the pylon, so now we know what to look for when it comes to the tech. The Stargate or the Twilight Council. SHIN keeping himself over that pylon. And we're waiting for Classic to throw down. There it is. It is going to be the Stargate. A little bit further back, it is going to be barely out of vision of the Overlord. Classic just waiting for it to pass over. He's going for the Stargate. Now, last game, it was a Void Ray opener into 1 Oracle into Blink. See what we go for this time. So SHIN does slip in and gets a full scouts. He confirms everything with that 1 Ling. Gets eyes on the Stargate, and he might even see the first unit as well. I spoke too soon. Adept shuts it down. Stargate is done. This time, Oracle first. Okay, we're done with the Void Rays. It's going to be an Oracle opener out of Classic, which means we should be seeing additional Oracles this time. And what looks to be a more standard opener. SHIN likewise joining up. Additional queens are on the way. And we'll see what Classic can get done with the initial Oracles. So we have that second Oracle, 3rd base being thrown down. My apologies, I didn't quite take notice that SHIN's own 3rd was actually a little bit later. So later 3rd base for SHIN. Just now finishing up. Bring down his spores, building up his queens. More passive start to the game. And soon we should be either deciding to throw down a safety Roach Warren or a Lair. Getting to that point here for SHIN. SHIN, he's going to be amassing Lings. There's a Twilight Council into Forge. Standard follow-up out of Classic. Double Oracle towards the 3rd. Queens are ready though. Yeah, 3 queens in position. No Spore. And Oracles, they one-shot drones. They get 4 or 5 drones. Oh, we're going to be throwing away the Oracles, though. They are going to be thrown away. 1 Oracle for 6 drones. That is a good trade for Classic, but I'm a little bit concerned just because Oracles, they have more utility than just killing workers. We spoke about it briefly last game, how Oracles, they do so well sustaining or supporting a Stalker army. They're not going to be able to support anything when they're gone like that. So 1 Oracle goes down. There's 2 left. Behind this, Evo Chamber's on the way. So SHIN, it looks like he's going to +1 melee. +1 melee into Ling Hydra. Meanwhile, Classic just getting his 3rd base and going into +1 and Blink. So far, both players playing towards the mid game. Oh, that is going to be a much earlier Templar Archives, though. Okay. Classic being a little bit greedy, taking up even further. Oracle moves out, gets 2 more drones, takes a lot of hull damage. We'll slip away. Still a lot of damage though. I assumed it was going to be +1 melee into Ling Hydra, but no, it's +1 range into Ling Hydra. So, getting to that composition. The range upgrade is an interesting one. This could be a sign that SHIN intends to tech up even further. We'll keep an eye on him. SHIN is going for his 4th. Still droning. Getting up to 3 base saturation. He's almost there. And I'm curious if SHIN is actually going to saturate his 4th base or if he decides to build up and try to hit timing with +1 range. That's what I'm leaning towards here. He's building up more Hydras. So SHIN, he cuts workers at 58. That is less than 3 base saturation. And he's not droning. He's not droning. SHIN going for an under 3 base all in essentially. He's under 3 base saturation. Massing up purely Ling Hydra. Set up for a counterattack. Classic push on to creep. Oh! Oracle goes down. Massive pickup. Lings to hit the 3rd base. Cannon goes down. Probe's gonna be next. And workers are falling. Late reaction there from Classic. Massive run by. 9 probes going down. SHIN, he shuts down the main push. And Classic's in trouble. And again, SHIN's all in. SHIN's all in. The 4th base is just for lava. Just for lava. Doesn't even turn up the 3rd. Just massing up and pushing with Ling Hydra. It is that +1 range timing. +1 is done. SHIN commits. We spoke about it. Defending this 3rd and 4th base is difficult here on this map. Storm is finishing up. How many had Templar? 2. 2 High Templar. Soon to be 2 Storms. Base goes down. SHIN spreading out. Hydra range just about to finish. He's coming in for the surround. Tries to blink away. Storms are going to be able to zone. But no major connections. There we go. Better. Oh my god. Much better storm towards the end. But that was it. That was the one and only storm. Hydras, they can still fight this. The Stalkers, they need help. Again, no stasis traps. No shield batteries behind this either. Actually, 0 shield batteries. Oh. SHIN forcing his way through towards that natural. High Templar, they do warp in. Archon's going to be going down. A brutal pickup. And SHIN does free split. Avoids the storm, takes down the High Templar, gets 1. There's 1 left. And now none left. Gets 1 final storm. But last SHIN, he's done it. He's broken the back of Classic. Cybercore goes down. No more Stalkers. Only Zealous to reinforce. They're going to be slow lots. Charge just began. GG gets called. And SHIN, he will take the series 2-0. Advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. SHIN essentially going for just under 3 base economy all in. Did just commit, sent it across the map. Unfortunately, Classic was unaware. Otherwise, we would have seen more of a defensive setup. If you remember, 0 shield batteries. 0 shield batteries back at home. Classic was pushing into the play that was going all in, so Classic got overwhelmed as well. Didn't realize that, again, SHIN just wasn't droning. He just wasn't making any workers whatsoever. He was committed to the all in and did catch an overwhelmed Classic. Did catch him out on the map. And GG, well played. SHIN, he will take the series. And with that, we have our semifinals. Here we go as we switch our scenes over and catch up on the matches that we've been going over here. We have the quarterfinals of this week's KSL. herO took down Trigger, GuMiho took down Cure, Dark advanced on over Creator, and SHIN advanced on over Classic. Some one-sided scores is what I will say, one-sided score lines, but some of these games were very close. herO versus Trigger was very clutch PvP between herO and Trigger. Likewise, GuMiho versus Cure. I mean, I feel like we got some peak GuMiho action in those matches, even with a crazy comeback as well. Got to feature some mech, we got to feature some Sky Terran versus Sky Terran. We had some great mirror matchups initially, and likewise coming into the ZVPs, both Dark and SHIN did come out on top, and they get ready for a potential mirror matchup. I say potential. If you've been watching our channel over the past 2 weeks, then you would know something here. You would know that Dark has not been playing ZVZ. He has not been playing ZVZ in the past events, in the last week's Alima League, alongside Wardy TV Monday, alongside Pigosor Cup, and Lil League Cup. You would know that Dark has been playing Protoss, like many others, like players like Clem, Raynor, even Yang Yakov in recent times, has been playing Protoss instead of Zerg and has been off-racing to avoid the mirror matchup. So Dark has also been indulging in that as well. So we might see a ZVZ, we might see a PVZ instead. Likewise, herO versus GuMiho, always a treat, pappy. As we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a break here. We're cutting the broadcast in half. We're going to be taking a moment to just refill our water, to get some snacks, get some food. If you're out there, I recommend doing so. Get some snacks, get some food, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. When we return, we will have the semifinals and then the grand finals thereafter to crown this week's KSL champion. We'll see you soon. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned. We have returned with the semifinals of this week's Korean StarCraft League, week number 68. Here we go. For those that are curious, the KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, is a bi-weekly tournament. Every 2 weeks we do host this event, and it is funded via a Patreon. If you're curious, if you want to help support, exclamation mark KSL in the chat, and you will get a link to the Patreon so you can help support. Oh, Giga Echo. Is everything okay for everyone else? Hold on. Are we good? Is everything okay for everyone else? I think it's on your end, Rowdy. No. It might be on your end, Pappy. It might be on your end. But yes, of course, if you want to help support the tournament, you can do so via Patreon. Again, depending on the goals that are reached on Patreon, then of course you can. Then of course the event is going to get boosted prize pools, could become regular again. Typically, back in the day, this event used to be a weekly tournament back in the day. But alas, nowadays it's a bi-weekly, and of course, regardless of the support, the event will still go on. The show must go on, of course, with the Korean StarCraft League. But if you want to help support, the Patreon is the place to do it. Otherwise, we're jumping in. We're jumping into our semifinals. We have initially our PvT between herO and GuMiho. I did see earlier Seaberg stating, hopefully this time not a 2-0. We've had a lot of 2-0s, true. We've had a lot of 2-0s. A lot of these games have been very close, like especially the mirror matchups earlier. So despite the 2-0, I don't think that scoreline really reflected how close the games were. But I agree, I would like to see some ace matches, Pappy. Give us some game 3s. I'm here for it. Let's go. As we're jumping into Amygdala. It's all good, Rowdy. It's all good. Oh, good. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is GuMiho, the reigning Home Story Cup champion. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have, oh my god, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss for Weibo Gaming. It is herO. What's going on, GuMiho? As the SCV does move out, and it is very standard even to skip SCV scouts across the map. So with this worker moving out, I feel like we have shenanigans afoot. Are we setting up for an E-Way block? That's what I'm leaning towards. No, never mind. Proxy racks. Let's go. The proxy has in place. herO, he does come in with a very fast probe scout, and herO, he will confirm that the Rax is missing. The Rax is nowhere to be found. Now, it is not uncommon to get the gas. Let's go! Going for the gas steal. It is not uncommon to hide the Rax further back in the main, either here in the dead space or further back in the natural or at the third base location as well. So it can be difficult as a Protoss player to determine whether it is a committed or fake proxy. We know it's real. Alas, herO is yet to determine, as we have a second Rax back at home. Interesting, 2 Rax opener. Now, based on the positioning here, we could go into Reaper play, especially with 1 Gas Geyser. It can be hard to really sustain too much more than that. There is room for an add-on if we did want to embrace something like a Tech Lab. Speaking of Reaper, it is going to be Reaper here for GuMiho. And herO, upon seeing that Rax timing, he should be aware that something's wrong. Should be aware that something is amiss. Back at home, Zealot is on the way. So going for the safety Zealot, typically you would skip the Zealot, but because herO believes there is a proxy, is getting it to be secure. So the Zealot does pop out. Cybercore is almost done. Reaper's on the way. And we'll see what GuMiho can get done here. We'll see if he can get any probe kills, and how many probes as well. We go. As the Reaper dives into the main, heads for the mineral line. Zealot's already moving out across the map. Oh, and here he needs time. He has to pull back those weakened workers. Probes are getting low. No major kills yet. Up, he gets 1. 1 probe goes down. But just the 1. Stalker does pop out. Will zone the Reaper away. So far, so good. herO, he holds. Oh, no! Oh, my God. That should not have happened. Brutal pickoff. Reaper goes down. GuMiho down to 1 Reaper. Is knocked down to 1 Reaper. Zealot gets across the map to delay the CC. GuMiho setting up the CC on the high ground, but the Zealot is still here to wreak havoc and to potentially snipe that SCV. So far swiping away here out of the wall. Reaper dives in. So far Reaper, no probe kills. And the second Reaper, it goes down as well. Oh no. Both Reapers full, brutal pickoffs, 1 probe full, and 1 probe for just 1 worker, and yeah, GG gets caught. Just a really rough start for GuMiho, losing everything across the map, and with that, herO takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Just a really rough start. Proxy Rax lost both Reapers, didn't really get anything for his trouble, got 1 worker and across the map. Because he was losing all his Reapers, that means he has very little to actually defend, to survive, to maintain, and to try to minimize losses. It was just a really rough game there for GuMiho. I'm hoping we can calm things down and settle back in, but that was a rough start. Well, it's a rough start. GG, well played. herO, he will take a lead in the series, and now we find our way in game number 2. Going to be loading into ley lines. Let's go. Let us go. Yeah, just a really rough start. It all just very quickly escalated out of control with the failed proxy Rax. And now we're diving into game number 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player. The blue Terran down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. I want to believe we can. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss for Weibo Gaming. 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. It is herO. And herO, he is the one to beat. He is the KSL champion. What I mean by that is that out of all players in the world, herO, he has won the most KSLs out there. This is his tournament, and we'll see if he can be dethroned this week. We'll see if he can be shut down. So now GuMiho opening up double gas. Rax is back at home this time, thankfully. Is back at home. Double gas opener means a faster factory. Delayed CC from our South Korean Terran player. And herO, he will confirm. Does come in with a probe scout. Should confirm what's going on. Now from GuMiho, this can lead into a couple different setups. So we could go for a reactor into reactor Reaper Hellion. We can go into early Cyclone into early Cyclone drop. We can go for an early tank drop, early Banshee. We can head up. We can head in a lot of different directions here. So we'll see how GuMiho does follow this up. But now it is going to be Reaper first. Into factory followed by the CC. There are variations of this that can lead into a one base all-in. GuMiho has done this in the past, but especially on a map as large as Ley Lines, I don't really expect anything as crazy as that. Ooh, what's here? Oh no, the RNG! No! Oh my god. Jesus. GuMiho, he was trying desperately to get the SCV onto the other side of the wall, does survive, thankfully gets out of there. Does make it out. Yeah, this probe is a menace. Get out of here, herO. Get out of here. It's terrifying. Meanwhile, the Reaper's on the hunt, looking for the probe. GuMiho moves out, does not check the top side, and herO setting up for a proxy. Oh. So standard open out of herO, setting up the pylon. Wouldn't be a bad location for a proxy Stargate. As herO has been fond of mixing in proxy Stargate play, but now the Reaper has arrived, Stalker will zone. And GuMiho back at home is getting to his own 1-1-1. Sorry, my apologies. That is a 2-1-1 setup. If you remember what I just said, I was like, oh, you know, this can lead into a one base all-in. Doesn't happen too often. It's happening. One base all-in out of GuMiho. He's crazy. Meanwhile, proxy Stargate. Okay, so a couple of things are happening right now. herO with this proxy Stargate should be going into an Oracle, should be harassing. By harassing, will also scout. He will scout, he will confirm everything that's going on. The question becomes, can he stop what's happening? Can he stop the all-in, as this is a terrifying push here out of GuMiho. 2-1-1 Massive Marine. The backbone of this army, though, is going to be the tanks. Remember, this is going to be vanilla Marines. Vanilla Marines, no stim, no combat shields, pure Marines here with tanks and medevacs. We'll see if GuMiho can get this by unscattered or how much he can build up before he pushes. For now, herO doesn't know. For now, herO is in the dark. He has no vision, he has no scouting yet. He needs that Oracle. The Oracle's on the way. Here we go. GuMiho, he might pull some boys with this. I mean, again, like, there's no expansion. Like, there's no natural. It's all or nothing. He's waiting for the second tank. Second tank has arrived. And GuMiho, he boosts across the map. It's all or nothing. At the same time, Oracle dives in. There's nothing to him to defend. Some of the boys are being pulled. And now herO knows. He sees the starport's already done. SCVs are going down. This will hinder the all-in. That is true. But it's still two tanks. It's still a terrifying army. Back at home, what is it to defend? There's a handful of Stalkers. Shield battery is done. Tanks that have arrived. They catch a Stalker. Massive pickoff. Stalker goes down. Tanks, they're trying to get within range of the pylon. Let me kite back. Does kite back. Shield battery putting in a lot of work. And here, he might just have to pull the boys. Might have to pull the boys here. The first tank does siege. Oracle comes in from behind. He catches the Marines. The Marines are going down. 3 Marines left. Up. Can he get them? Oh my god. The Oracle races back, gets one tank. One tank goes down. The boys were late. They were late to repair, and GuMiho, he's running out of steam. Does come in with the Liberator. The tank has arrived. Massive volley going up. GuMiho, he can still pull this off. Going for the pylon. Yeah, there's no choice. Pylon. Boys are being pulled. The pylon's being targeted down. There's the lift. Yeah, lift on the tank. 2 Stalkers making it through. Barely 2 Stalkers left. They will focus on the tank. And what a hold. herO, he shuts it down. GG gets called. He gets past the liberation zone, takes down the tank. And herO, he will take the series at 2-0. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. That was like a 10-minute series. If that was like an 8-minute series. Fast games. Very fast games. GG, well played. herO does claim it. GuMiho with some wild builds. Game 1 was a little bit lackluster. Game 1 was a little bit sad to see because it was a failed proxy and it just fell on its face. Here in Game 2, GuMiho, he got into his own one base all-in. It did get scattered thanks to the Oracle. Thanks to the proxy Oracle, did get scattered. herO, he had some precious seconds to defend. Thankfully, herO did already have a safety shield battery. The shield battery was already done at the natural, so he had that to work with. It was still a very clutch defense, had to pull the boys, barely had enough. Honestly, it was a really good move for herO to race back with all of his oracles to focus down, not the tank, he actually focused on the marines first. He got the marines and the stalkers because they were right up next to the tank was actually doing no damage to the stalkers themselves. So very meticulous control there out of herO to try to deal with that all in. Got all the marines, and in the end, GG. GG, well played. herO, he holds, and herO, he's going to be the first player into the grand finals, and the question becomes, who will join him? As we're getting ready for our lower semifinals, it's going to be, I was going to say ZVZ, it's going to be a ZVP. I mentioned before the break, and again, I'm sure a lot of people haven't been watching over the past couple of weeks, but if you haven't been, then welcome to the new and improved Dark. Dark has been competing in online Open Cups and online major events as well as Protoss. He has been competing as Protoss, specifically against Zerg players. I should emphasize that as well. It's not like Dark is making the full switch to Protoss. He's basically doing what Clem does, what Raynor does, what other, like Iba, Young Yakov, a lot of players have been doing this, where they play Protoss instead of a mirror matchup. So they avoid TVT, they avoid ZVZ by playing Protoss instead. So Dark has joined them in their endeavors. And let's go. We're jumping in. Dark Toss. Who they saw? Let's go. Let us go as we're getting to our lower semifinals, and spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the blue Zerg player representing Diamond Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the once Zerg, now embracing his inner Protoss. It is Dark. Here we go. Now, if you haven't been watching, again, the events, if you haven't seen Dark's Protoss yet, he is very mid-game oriented. Oh, if we have any translations in the chat, we'd appreciate them. Dark, he's like, mate, you're about to get Protoss. And Shin's laughing. Let's go. But Dark, he has been playing a lot of Protoss. He actually played against Shin, played a PvZ against him in a Lima League. In the Lima League not too long ago. No, sorry, I'm thinking of Pigastar Monday. That's it. They faced off in last week's Pigastar Monday. Oh, shit is saying, be easy on me, papi. Be easy on me. Ah. Oh, no. Dark saying, I only need one key to beat you. I'm good. He's going to F2A move in, papi. Oh, my God. The jokes. In all seriousness, though, if there's anyone that can read Hangul, would appreciate some translations as we're settling in. And we do have Shin going for a hatch pool opener into delayed gases. Okay, so later gases here for Shin, and a standard opener out of Dark. But what I was getting at here from the side of Dark is that he is typically very mid-game oriented, and typically does enjoy playing +1 Blink Stalker into Charger Archon Storm into a very robust composition. We haven't really seen much of Dark's Sky Toss. Something that he did struggle with, especially the last time he played against Shin, is that Shin was willing to tech up into a late game composition, into Lurkers and into Broodlords, whereas Dark was stuck with Ground Toss, and it kind of like missed that transition. And missed that opportunity to go into, you know, his own Fleet Beacon, his own Stargates, his own Sky Toss. That is something that we have yet to see from Dark, is like proper late game. I don't know if we will see it. Don't know if we will. Sounded spot on. Ah, no. Ah, no. Meanwhile, Stargate opener here out of Dark. Protons feel like an evil race in Dark's hands. Ah, no. I mean, again, Dark, he isn't too crazy with him. Like, I don't think I've seen Dark go Glaive Adepts, for example. Like, he's not one to go into Glaives. He's not one to go into, like, a DT opener or rush into Tempest and rush into Sky Toss. At least that isn't what we've seen from him yet so far. You know, to be fair, we have been quite limited. We've watched him play Protoss, like, maybe, like, 6 times over the past week. which is a decent amount, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things, not as much. Here we go. For now, Star get into Oracle, into a third. And again, this is kind of what we expect out of Dark. Oracle base opener, into the third base, into the mid game. As Dark is being zoned away, Shin likewise building up, just keeping up with the Adepts, and soon to be keeping up with the Oracles as well. As just securely getting his third. Oracle's in position back at home, now moving out. Second Oracle's on the way. And we'll keep an eye open here for that Twilight Council timing. We'll see if he goes for an earlier Twilight Council or a little bit later. Would be a sign of something more aggressive or something standard, depending on the timing. Meanwhile, it's going to be an earlier Evo Chamber here at a SHIN. Remember, the gases were delayed, so just now getting to Link Speed, just now getting to Evo Chamber. And this should be plus on melee. I know that last time we assumed it would be, it was against Classic, and SHIN went plus on range, but that was a much later upgrade for SHIN. There it is, melee is on the way. Now, typically with melee, you do want to skip roaches. I'm curious to see if SHIN does attempt a wall. Nope, there we go. Does pull away. So plus on melee, mass Ling. Could go into a safety Baneling nest, but typically this leads into Ling Hydra play. Typically. Shitty threatens run by. Is going to be forced back. Dark, he holds, he defends. Ooh, that is going to be an earlier Roach Warren. So this is a safety Roach Warren out of SHIN. Meanwhile, Dark, Evo Chamber, Forge, into Twilight Council. Standard play. Standard play out of Dark. Settling in towards the mid game. Oracles are moving out. Still no major economic damage. I mean, Dark has a little potential with 6 Adepts and with 3 Oracles. True. There's a lot of potential here. And we'll see how he brings it all together. As Dark, he shades in towards the main. Does cancel. Takes down all the tumors and backs up. So again, just really safe play out of Dark. Clears up the tumors. There's upgrades on the way. Plus on Blink. Dark, he rotates. And he wants the queens. He does dive in. He gets one. One queen goes down. No transfuse. That's a shade in towards a natural. And getting another queen. Oracle goes down. Massive pickup. Does get a second queen though. Barely not. Up. Barely does. But it does get the queen. The Oracles, they escape. And so do 2 Adepts. Ooh, a bit of a miss rally here from Dark. Probes are going to get caught out. Thankfully not too many, but still, probes are falling. Does miss rally. Has to pull back. As a second probe is going to fall. Lings, they chase us all the way to the mineral line. Your Oracles, they turn back around. Adepts get caught. Nice catch here by SHIN. Gets 2 probes. Gets 2 probes into Adepts. SHIN, he pulls away. Third base getting saturated. Fourth base as well. SHIN getting up to proper saturation here, joining up to 80. Almost there. And of course, embracing Ling Hydra. As we mentioned, the Roach Warren was just for safety. If Dark was going into Glaive Adepts or into Charge instead, then Roaches would be required. So SHIN just playing it safe here. And of course, realizes he doesn't need them. Now he's working towards his hive. Towards the Lurkers. So as opposed to SHIN's approach against Classic, we can see SHIN just calming things down. Getting to a longer game state. Likewise, so is Dark. Dark actually not going into Storm, going into Colossus instead. The Bay is on the way. Robo into Colossus. Right now, my brain is just thinking about that 14 Colossus game that we casted yesterday, like or 2 days ago. No. Not like this. Not like this. If you were here for the Pegasaur, for the, I should say, Monday Night Wings of Liberty tournament, that was crazy. We casted a game with 14 Colossus on the field. It was disgusting, Pat. It was disgusting. Oh no. It left an impression. I never want to see that again. If you missed out, I recommend the mods. It was yesterday. We were casting a Wings of Liberty tournament. Wings of Liberty. Which was a nostalgia trip. It was a lot of fun. Not the most balanced of games. It was yeah, not the most balanced, but fun nonetheless. It reminded us of what used to be and of what thankfully no longer is. It's is what it reminded us of. As Dark does pull away. Behind this, Shin now taking into his own Hive into Lurker tech. Hive is done, Lurker upgrades are on the way. Shin just racing into that more ideal late game composition, and Dark is being passive. Dark, he's slowly securing a 4th base. He went double robot into double Colossus production, and because Dark is being so passive, because he's being so tech heavy, it allows Shin to get away with this, to get away with just rushing into Lurkers. Like Shin, he's been under no danger here. There's been no major economic damage. If you remember earlier, 2 queens went down. True, I guess he got 2 queen kills, but no drones, and no disruption to the economy. Shin is up to 81 workers. He's about to max out. And Dark is in trouble here. Is in trouble. The Lurkers, they have arrived. Dark's trying to engage. Gets a revelation. Stalker's poking in, but they're being zoned away. The base gets denied. Massive cancel. Dark is going to be stuck on 3 bases. And this is all that Shin has to do, is just deny the 4th base over and over again. Contain the Protoss on 3 bases. That is Shin's win condition. Even supply blocking Dark. Dark going for his own runway. There's a wall of spines. Does get the queen. Queen goes down. Wings, they race back. They respond. They do get her in time. Dark, he has his Colossus, but he cannot push into Lurkers like this. Not like this. This is where a heavier Archon and Mortal counts can really do well when it comes to breaking these siege lines of Lurkers. Colossus less so. Dark, he does break out. When it comes to the army supply, the supplies are still relatively close here, and Dark does have a massive army, that is true. But again, it's not the ideal army to break a siege line, is the problem. Trading a base for a base. Lurkers are set. Darky does dive in. He gets 1. Takes down 1. Takes down 2 Lurkers. Oof. Does get punished though. Lurkers are going down. Fencing is linked runway. Lurkers are exposed. Nice pickups. Dark catching a couple of Lurkers. But currently there's no answer to the Vipers. There's no answer. The Stalkers, they can somewhat help against this. Storm is on the way for their High Templar. But Dark has to be so careful with his army. Does gets behind the mineral line. Not bad. Takes down a couple workers. Here come the Vipers. Vipers are coming in. And up! Does he get 1? He gets 2. Massive yoinks. They will get away, so extra abductions. 2 Colossus go down. Not a bad trade here by Shin, but now no longer has that surprise factor. And we should not be replacing those Colossus. Should not be Storm and High Templar. So they're building up. No more Colossus. Shin moving out. At the same time, War Prism into the main. Shin, he does respond with his queens. Oh. Shin does take down one of the oracles. Looking, hunting for that Colossus. I see that was something else. Lasers go for her. They did. The lasers, they were built different back in the day. Built different. Stark once again does night mining. Getting some of the Lurkers as well. One lurker goes down, 6 shards as well. Ooh, Dark does overextend, taking a lot of hits. We can see SHIN setting up a surround or a counterattack. Trying to come in from behind, catching out the main army, and he looks it down. Stasis goes up, lurkers they get within range, but Dark, he does slip away. Barely does slip away. That's going to be a little lurker, so many of them do go down. The Immortals, they do hold their own. Here comes a Lightning Cloud. Oh my god. And the army gets shut down. Here comes the Abduction. Takes down the final Colossus. There's 3 Immortals left. It's a very chaotic fight here for Dark. And he is trading somewhat well. Takes down 3 more lurkers. Nice storm. Cleans up the lurkers. They do all full. And Dark, he does hold on to his 4th. The 4th base is now getting up and running. It's getting saturated. SHIN is being forced back. And what does he remax on? Still purely Hydra Lurker Viper. Just purely Hydra Lurker Viper at this point. I would love to see a greater. There we go. Greater Spire. Greater Spire now on the way. Working towards Broodlords. But this does feel a little bit late here for SHIN. So later Greater Spire. Dark, he's stabilizing. Now, likewise, as SHIN is working towards Broodlords, I would love to see a Fleet Beacon and some Sky Tilts out of Dark. As I'm getting deja vu. I mentioned earlier that we saw these two face off last week in the Pick Store Monday. About how Dark, he was kind of stuck with Ground Toss and he got overwhelmed by Broodlords. We could see that again. Oh. So Archons, they get yoinked. Storm Zones away. Again, just purely a Hydra-based army. No lurkers anymore. Lay in, does lunge away. Just trading with the army. Hydra's getting called out. And as SHIN bleeds out some of these Hydras, what do we replace them with? With Corruptors. 14 Corruptors on the way. Soon to be Broodlords. Oh boy. It is getting ready for that Broodlord transition. And yeah, this is deja vu. Like this is the same kind of game state. It was on Starchild previously, but Dark, he's stuck with Archons, Immortals, and High Templar. There is some anti-air here. True, there's Storms and Archons, and you could try to dive under the Broodlords. But if we build 14 Broodlords at a time, like we're not going to give the opportunity. There it is, 8 Broodlords on the way. As SHIN is maxed out. And again, there's no Fleet Beacon. No Fleet Beacon, no second Stargate. Just mass Immortal, really. A little bit of Archon support, and plenty of Storms. Basics denied, Broodlords, they reveal themselves. And Dark just can't engage, he just has to retreat. He has to run away. Forced to run back. Do we have Ducks? Ooh, nice feedback. Nice feedbacks out of Dark. As Dark, he's trying to reinforce with Mass Stalker. Blink is done. It's the Storm. Hydra's a lunge in once again. The Storms do zone away, but that's all that can really be done here. Stalkers, they can try to go for the dive. Oh, once again, Storms, they zone back. There's so many Storms. Yeah, not bad storming on those Broodlords. The Broodlords getting very low. One more Storm would be enough. One Broodlord goes down. He gets 2, he gets 3, he gets up to 4. Depending on the target firing. Oh my god. And with that, Dark, he takes the best fight he can, but still is going to be overwhelmed. The Broodlord tank gets reset, but the Hydras, they break through. Takes down the High Templar, the Immortals, the Archons as well. Attempts to sell a run by. Plenty of reinforcements. I mean, again, impressive. Dark, he reset the Broodlord count. Something I didn't think he could. but now back into lurkers. Now back into lurkers instead. There's still corruptors left over, so we can, I mean, why not both? Can just go for both at this point. Legs, they flood in, the wall is wide open. Dark doing his best hero impression. No. Lurkers are being forced back. They're trying to set up. There's that recall back home. Legs, they depower everything here at the natural. And they will overwhelm these zealots as well. GG gets called. Dark, he gets pulled apart as SHIN is still maxed out. And SHIN takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played again. SHIN more than happy to be flexible, to think further ahead. He was free enough and able enough to just rush into lurkers at the time and rush into Hive. Dark was too passive, he left him alone. And at the same time, Dark, he wasn't tech heavy enough either, as he was just stuck on Storm, on Immortals, on Archons, an army that doesn't scale amazingly into a later game, and towards Broodlord specifically. Against lurkers, they can do well. Against lurkers, like they're fine. But once again, Dark not quite ready for that Broodlord switch. Did clean it up in the end, but at a cost. He lost so much trying to reset that Broodlord count. He lost everything in the process. And with that, GG. GG well played. SHIN takes the lead. And now we're getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of herO, we have the South Korean Zerg player leading the series 1-0. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean, sometimes Zerg, but he's Protoss. He's Protoss at heart. It is Dark. Let's go. As welcome one and all to herO. This is a very different map in the map pool. It's a much smaller map, what I should say, a short rush distance. A very short rush distance by ground here. It takes not long at all to go from natural to natural. To counteract how small the map is, ramps. There are ramps all over the place. There's a ramp coming into the natural. There are also a ramp coming into the third. There is also choke points. Some very narrow choke points here in the center of the map as well. So there are a lot of locations that you can engage with the main army and slow the army down as well over time. If you're able to engage fast enough though, bear that in mind. If they sneak up on you, then I mean the Oli can hit real fast, real hard, real quick. So there are a lot of defensive features here, and they're quite necessary because how small the map is. And we'll see if either player does embrace the map itself. We have seen a lot of German taxis on herO, a lot of queen-based all-ins. We'll see if SHIN goes for it. But now, hatch, gas pool. This time a standard opener. Likewise, Dark going for the gate expand into Cybercore as well. Now, coming into this, I don't think we've actually seen Dark go for an aggressive build in PvZ. I don't think we've seen Glaive Adepts yet or DTs, but this wouldn't be a bad moment for it. I say that, Pylon gets placed, and based on this location, it should be a Stargate opener out of Dark. We'll see. As usually, if we want to hide some tech, we throw it back further behind the bases or behind the mineral line. And there it is, Stargate is on the way. So standard opener out of Dark. SHIN pulling out of gas. Does pull out. Yeah, wait, Dark is playing Protoss? What year is this? Oh no. We're back in 2012. But again, quickly to reiterate, it's one of those things where Dark, he has joined one of the many players that avoids mirror matchups. They avoid mirror matchups, they just play Protoss instead. I do recommend the VODs over the past 2 weeks when it comes to seeing more of Dark's Protoss. We actually casted Dark versus Raynor in Little League Cup, and they actually played a PvP, because Raynor also doesn't play ZVZs, and neither does Dark. So they both switched to Protoss, and they were like, "Oh, this is awkward." And they're like, "Do we just want to play this out?" And they're like, "Yeah, let's go." And because that Dark and Raynor, they played a PvP in like a big major event. Did happen. It was a blast. It was a lot of fun. Was a lot of fun. Behind this Void Ray opener into a Twilight Council. Okay, let him cook. We spoke earlier that we haven't really seen too much aggression out of Dark in PvZ when it comes to those openers. That now changes. Void Ray opener into a very fast Twilight Council, all before the third base, before the expansion. This should be Glaive Adepts. We'll see. We'll see if Dark does embrace Glaives. If this was any other Zerg player, that's what we should be seeing. But I'm sorry, any other Protoss player, that's what we should be seeing. But with Dark, hard to say. Show us what you got. Just building up that gas. Throwing down extra gateways, and there it is. It's gonna be charged. This is what I mean. Like any other Protoss, I'd be like, no, yeah, Glaives. This is not any other Protoss. This is Dark. It is going to a charge-based all-in instead. Interesting. Now, this is a very niche build. This can work, especially if the Zerg player is caught off guard. What I'm concerned by, though, safety Roach Warren. Safety Roach Warren out of SHIN, so he will have Roach production available to him. Gases are being taken as we speak. And SHIN, he comes in with the Overlord. He confirms the gateways. He saw how late the third base was, and the Overlord may even confirm the tech as well. A couple of Stalkers are warping in, and the Overlord is zoned away from the tech. God, God damn it. Of course, SHIN is a Diva enjoyer. Always reminded. And of course, Dark is not taking his gases. Likewise, he pulls out a gas in the main. It's a two-base all-in. It's a two-base all-in. Basically, this third base is a fake. It's a fake third out of Dark. Just massing up pure charge lots. The Stalkers are also a fake out as well, true. And SHIN needs roaches. He needs as many roaches as possible. Likewise, SimCity would be ideal as well. Potentially spine crawlers. Eva Chamber will help. And SHIN, he moves out. And so far, he hasn't seen a single Zealot. Does get us around. Ooh, catches the Adepts. Likewise, surrounds the Stalkers. He heads toward, there we go. Big scout, big moment here for SHIN. He now knows. Now he knows exactly what's going on. He sees the massive amount of Zealots, and it's go time for Dark. Does rally across the map. Roach production has begun. Queens are pulling forward. See if SHIN can hold. As again, SHIN has to kite back, but he gets surrounded. Partly. Plus transfuse. A couple of roaches are going to be falling, but plenty of reinforcements here. Again, SHIN makes more than enough roaches. And GG gets called. I wanna believe that at the end Dark was like Zerg Imba. Ah, no. GG, well played. SHIN will take the series 2-0 and will knock Dark out of the tournament. GG. GG, well played. SHIN will take it. Again, unfortunately, as we did kind of mention, that build, that charge-based all-in out of Dark is very, very niche. It isn't really seen too often at the pro level. Whenever it is seen, it is heavily reliant on catching your opponent off guard. It has to be in that kind of moment. Otherwise, it's difficult to really pull off. We saw that SHIN, he did scatter ahead of time, did build up plenty of roaches. He already made a safety roach warren as well. So SHIN, for the most part, he was aware of what was happening. He also saw the gateways in the main with the Overlord scout. So he saw enough. He saw enough. GG, well played. SHIN, he shuts down the all-in. And with that, we have our two finalists. Oh boy. We have our grand finals. And we are getting things ready here. It is going to be a ZVP. ZVP. Here we go. So just setting up. Bam. Okay. And it's been an intense event. It's been an intense event so far. Here we go. We do have our Protoss. We have our Zerg. herO took down GuMiho. herO yet to drop a map so far. Neither has SHIN. 2-0s all around tonight. No ace matches whatsoever, but we expect a back and forth here in the grand finals. SHIN versus herO, they do go back and forth very often. They're also good friends, of course. They were teammates for a very long time as well. And yeah, it's always great to see them interacting outside of the game. If you follow them on Instagram, they do post pretty frequently. Not just herO and SHIN, but Bunny as well, along some of the other ex-CJ boys. They do all kind of meet up, you know, after like big events to like have some KBBQ together. Always do love to see it. And they once again face off here in the finals of the KSL. Let's go. Let us go. Catching up. Dark said something else. He wished him best. He wished him the best of luck, Pappy. Oh my god. I mean, Dark and SHIN, they're good friends. They're good friends. Whew, and here we go. We're getting ready for our best of 5. It's going to be a best of 5 grand finals, not a best of 3, so we have potential for a longer series, for more games, more of a back and forth. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Let's go. It's time for that weekly dose of herO versus SHIN. So we're getting into our next game, into our grand finals, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. It is herO. We go. Hold on, just setting up our players, setting up their logos. Beautiful. We are good to go. And again, herO and SHIN, they do play very often in these online tournaments. I mentioned before that SHIN, he is the most active Zerg player when it comes to competing in online events. Likewise, herO is also a grinder. He also grinds a lot in these online cups and online tournaments. I would say that he's probably the most active Protoss. I would probably say even more so than MaxPax. Maybe it's close between how active they are. MaxPax, of course, doesn't really play in Elima League, doesn't play in KSL, doesn't play in many Pigastore Mondays. That's where herO shines. Max actually plays mainly in the Wardy TV Monday and the other European Open Cups instead. So they have their own events that they do compete in. And we'll see how this does shape out. So far, standard openers. Again, herO, he's a little more diverse when it comes to his PvZ, more so than Dark. We do see very often herO switching it up when it comes to macro play, when it comes to more aggressive play as well. Is all over it. Oh, the Master Blaster. What are you saying, Pappy? Oh my god. Ay, ay, ay. So here we are settling in. And likewise, SHIN, he's not the most standard players either. I mean, against Dark, we saw some pretty normal play with SHIN going into Lings, into Hydras, into Lurker Tech, in both games, actually. But is more than willing to be more aggressive here against herO. But now, Stargate opener. Just get expand Cybercore into Stargate. Nothing crazy out of herO. Not yet. And we're selling into Ultra Love. Welcome on onto Ultra Love. Ultra Love being a smaller map of the map pool, but very defendable as well. As there is a ramp coming into the natural, likewise choke points coming to the 3rd and 4th. You can knock down these towers. What I will say though is that because the map is so small, we actually have seen a lot of players commit to all-ins and just avoid this location and try to attack the 3rd base from a different angle instead, through the center, up the ramp. Whether it's up the ramp or threading the natural and the 3rd base at the same time, we've seen a lot of success in that kind of angle of attack. Meanwhile, Void Ray. It's going to be a Void Ray first out of herO, hunting down the Overlords. SHIN, he's hidden behind the main base, and we'll see if he can keep himself hidden. Yo, I love that, like, that red storm effect. So good. Also, shout out to the Vortex. Something we don't see anymore. And we saw it yesterday, but we do miss it. The Void Ray has arrived. And here he was aware of the Overlord. Will shut it down. And we'll even supply block SHIN. Ooh. It's going to be supply block at least until the hatchery does complete. Overlords have to pull away. They're racing back home. And here he goes for a very fast Twilight Council. Okay. Twilight Council into Forge a lot earlier than normal. I'm curious if we're headed towards Charge or still +1 and Blink. My eyes are on herO. Knocking down the rocks very early on as well. Knocking down the tower. This I'm not used to seeing. Okay. Yeah, my attention. Tower does fall. And back at home, SHIN is going Lair first. Okay, Lair first. Before Evo Chamber, before Roach Warren is going for the 4-minute 30 Lair timing. Lings hit the third. +1 on Blink finishing up. This build actually reminds me of, if you recall, Skillus. He did mention on social media. He mentioned on Twitter, giving Clem a shout out regarding a build that he had given him. That he had used in, was it Master Coliseum? I think Master Coliseum in the qualifiers. I'm curious if we're going to throw down extra gateways. My eyes are on herO here. Back at home, SHIN taking gases. Station Trap doesn't quite go off. Gets one drone. Lings hit a full scout. Ooh, as the second Station Trap does catch 2 more workers. 2 more drones getting caught. And for now, here he is saturating, getting up to 4 gates. Getting up to the initial 4-gate setup. For those that are curious, Skillus, I believe went up to like 6 or 7. Like borderline 3-base all in. But now here maintaining himself. Soon moving out. Pulls back with the Oracles. Meanwhile, SHIN going Lings into Hydras. +1 range on the way. We'll see if SHIN does cut worker production. Now he's getting up to 3-base economy. Joining up to 60. herO does move out, does hit the third. More gateways on the way. herO is taking gases. This is a sign here that we're taking up. That we should be seeing either a tech towards or transition towards Storm or Colossus. Things are coming. Oh my god, they paid out the stasis. Another signaling gets caught out. A brutal pick up here. Stalkers that get surrounded. The Oracles are in position. Good defense. Good setup. And there's a recall. Does recall in time. Saves most of the army, but does not get the 4th. Meanwhile, SHIN has just been making nothing but Lings and Roaches. Sorry, Lings and Hydras even. Just pure Ling Hydra. Getting ready for that +1 timing. +1 range almost done. We saw this against Classic. Where against Classic, SHIN did not saturate the 4th. He didn't saturate the 4th base. Oh. But that is not the gas guys are on the way. And we see why. It's for Aspire. Okay. So Ling Hydra +1 timing into Aspire Tech, into Mutas. We'll see what he can get done. I mean, still very committed. You know, SHIN is down in workers. He has less workers than herO. Oh, gets the Void Ray. Does catch the Void Ray. But herO, he's heavily fortified here. He's got 4 cannons. Oh my god. He's got 4 cannons and a shield battery. Another cannon on the way. Ling Hydra going to be forced back. herO almost expecting an all-in. And I mean, SHIN is. Like, SHIN, he did not drone. Just now he starts droning. SHIN, he sees this setup. He's like, you know what? I can't break this. What can I do? So SHIN, he sees the defenses. Now he starts to drone. Rotates over. Baits out the stasis. Knocks down the front door. herO out of position. Is out of position. Lings are flooding into the mineral line. Pro's going to be going down. herO having a hard time keeping up. And he's been supply blocked as well. The Cybercore goes down. And herO is just getting pulled apart. He's just distracted. He's kept busy here at the third. And the natural will even fall as well. I hear he's locked out. No, he's stuck in the main. Stuck in the main base. Mutas are on the way. Now SHIN is droning. Natural falls. Massive pickup. And SHIN isn't done. SHIN, he's got how many? He's got 12 mutas popping out. Soon to be 14. 14 mutas on the way. SHIN, he pulls back. There we go. He's making his way towards the main. The fourth base is getting up and running. At least hero's preserved most of his workers. And the mutas are revealed. He spots the mutas. Despite that, nothing in the main. There are some stalkers though. Stalkers, they dive in. So far, only 3 probe kills. herO is keeping up. Again, the mutas so important they got spotted here. Here he responded. We have 7 more mutas on the way. We're committing it to mass muta. Okay. That I was not expecting. Getting up to almost 20 mutas. SHIN is droning. Lost on melee on the way. Shitty's just transitioning out of Hydra. Into Pureling muta. Speaking of, 34 more lings on the way. Infestation bit for Hive Tech. But here's moving on. He has Storm. He has Storm. He has plenty of anti-air. Is lacking in Archons. Mutas hit the main base. And here he commits. He doesn't care about the mutas. He's got plenty of Storms as well. First one zones. Pushing in towards that natural. And SHIN is in trouble. SHIN, he's in a lot of trouble here. That's a lot of slow Banes. Oh my god. Oh, they're not going to connect. Brutal Storms. And Bane's just shuts down. Oh, almost out of the High Templar. Not bad. High Templar go down. And Stalkers gets surrounded. SHIN, he's going to hold on. GG gets caught. He surrounds the Stalkers. And SHIN will take game number 1. Whew. GG. SHIN will take a lead in the series. Again, very chaotic play out of SHIN. If you recall, he did cut workers early on. He cut workers at 60, so even under 3 base economy. When Pureling Hydra into a Muta Switch. The Muta Switch was a little bit lackluster. It didn't really do much, but I guess it did. I mean, I guess it didn't really matter too much. He had already killed an expansion, gotten a mineral line. He had killed tech as well. And the Mutas at least kept herO busy, and he was forced into the push. And with that, GG. GG, well played. SHIN does take a lead, and we'll see if he can extend that lead or if herO fights back. As we are getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into herO. Here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg for Gaming Gladiators. It is SHIN. Leading the series 1-0, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is herO. Here we go. As we load into one of the smaller maps in the tournament map pool. Much smaller, much more aggressive. Again, despite the defensive setup that herO had, he was torn apart. We did mention at the time, when it came to SHIN's committed attack, he was able to wedge himself between the natural and the third. We alluded to that earlier, how we've seen a lot of success from aggressive players on Ultra Love to be able to make use of that position, in between the natural and the third specifically, and threaten both bases. And here he was caught out of position. With that, lost the natural, lost the cyber core, production, workers. And the game from there. Oh, meanwhile, we go for the attempted hash block. Oh, is forced back. So honestly, a better start for herO. SHIN going for a delayed spawning pool and a delayed gas geyser. He attempted to go for the hatchery, but SHIN was denied. Likewise, he attempts the gas steal. herO in position. Nicely done. herO, he expands, he defends. And SHIN is forced out. Go. As he doubles back for the gas. And we'll see if herO does shake it up. Meanwhile, oh my god, almost gets surrounded. Doesn't quite get the drone. He wants it. He wants that drone. Shouldn't get it though. As herO gets one more shot off before pulling away. herO pulls out. SHIN going for the proxy hatch in the main. He's crazy. herO doesn't see. herO doesn't know. Hatchery in the main base. Oh my god. I mean, the drone survived. And herO, he should be aware that the drone is still missing. Throws down the Stargate. Still barely out of range. Drones, workers, they don't quite see this either.
Glory to the day.
Este SHIN. Okay. Now this means he can reinforce in the main. There we go. Roach horns on the way. He can actually make roaches in the main base of herO. As herO still doesn't see. Is the roach horn too late though? Depending on how things are lined up, this hatchery is going to reveal itself because creep is going to naturally spread from the hatchery, and I believe these buildings will spot the creep.
Shall persevere.
The roach horn is still barely halfway done, so it does feel a little bit mistimed. As ideally, you want to make roaches as quickly as possible. Hatchery, now he knows. Hatchery completes, he sees the creep, now herO knows. And the roach horn is barely not done in time. We have drone. We're going for a spine rush. Let's go. Drone is on the way. Show us the spine crawler. Meanwhile, workers are going down. Oh, Adepts, they bust into the main. They can one-shot drones. 2 so far. Here comes that spore crawler even. Okay. Spore crawler outside the Stargates. More drones are falling. herO pulling SHIN apart. Is struggling to keep up. Struggling here. Queen has arrived. Here come the roaches. A void race all the way, but the Stargate is going to be under fire. Where came the production? Oh, we need more reinforcements though. It's just one roach and one queen. They're trying to hold their own. Creep tumor is denied. Another roach arrives. Queen taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Oh, barely denies the stasis trap. And more roaches are on the way. Boys are being pulled. And herO, can he hold on? He does have 2 shield batteries. Comes in for the surround. The roaches, yeah, they're falling. He's going to clean this up. The roaches, the queens, everything will fall. And herO holds. And this is a big commitment here from SHIN. So far, just not worth it. Once again, the final roach does fall as well. Stargate stands strong. And we should be fine. We have 2 more shield batteries finishing up. Void Ray's out of range, going for the hatchery, and with that, herO, he will shut this down. SHIN back at home, he's droning. He's coping a little bit here because he invested so hard. What did he lose? He lost 5 roaches, 2 queens. GG gets called, and herO ties up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. SHIN getting a little bit too excited. He's like, you know what? Oh, I have the drone. I have it alive. I have it in the main base. I can do something with this. No. Went for the hatchery. And in the end, was shut down there by herO. I appreciate, trying to piece it all together with the Spore Rush, trying to camp the production. But he didn't really get he didn't catch the Oracle, didn't catch the Void Ray either. So did zone away, but even then, wasn't quite worth it. GG. GG, well played. Regardless, a spicy game out of SHIN. And that leads us into game number 3. Here we go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. Representing Diamond Gladiators being forced into a tied series, it is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player tying things up, punishing the crazy build out of SHIN. It is herO. Does punish in the end. And now we can settle down. We do have the unnatural natural forced out of SHIN, as he is denied his natural base. There's the expansion, and this time there is no drone across the map. There's no hatch block or attempted hatch block. This time we have a more standard setup. This time. That spore was Giga Brain. It was. Like, there was potential, for sure. There was potential with the spores. Didn't really come to pass, but, you know, okay, we can see it working. In a way. Again, settling into this, we'll see if herO does shake up his opener as well. And we should be seeing a Stargate, but following that, we could see something like a faster Twilight Council. Earlier tech. And now, calming down. We've gotten the cheese out of our system, kind of, hopefully. We could embrace a longer game. SHIN is going to be droning. It's going to be on SHIN to keep up with the Adept and the Oracle harass. It can be a little bit awkward here being stuck between these two bases, but again, at this point, those, I mean, what, years of the meta where this was the standard. And SHIN is, I'm sure, very used to it. He's used to it, Pappy. Link speed is on the way, pulls out of gas, so no fast lair, no fast Evo chamber. Nothing crazy, no Bane bust. And once again, Stargate opener out of herO. Let's go. Let's go for the Stargate. Now, we have seen herO play around with either Void Ray or Oracle openers. Game 1, if you recall, on Ultra Love, it was a Void Ray. Game 2, Oracle instead. We'll see what herO goes for here in Game 3. And both very much so viable. And there it is, Void Ray once again. Is going for the Void Ray first, hunting down the Overlords. The last time herO went for this, he went for an early Evo Chamber Forge into +1 and Blink, but he was on the back foot. It was SHIN that was being aggressive and all in, and herO had to respond to that. We'll see if herO can be the one in control this time instead. As he gets a drone. Gets one worker. Hunting down the Overlord. This should lead into our expansion. Into the third. So the first Void Ray does come out. First Overlord falls. SHIN, he has to pull back. Pulls back the Overlords. Being denied vision. Likewise, SHIN, he has no second Overlord out on the map either. So no follow-up scouts. And that is going to be an earlier Twilight Council. This time no Forge. Extra gateways are on the way. Setting up his 4-gate setup. And are we feeling Glaives? It's going to be one or the other. Either Glaive Adepts or Blink Stalkers. After game 1, I'm feeling Glaive Adepts here. I'm feeling it. We'll see. So far, herO keeping tabs with SHIN. Gets 2 drones, not bad. 2 drones go down. Oracle pulls out. Safety Roach Warren out of SHIN. And yep, it is going to be Glaive Adepts. So Glaives here by herO. Now, this is not going to be an all-in, not at all, as extra adepts are revealed. This is fine. Seeing up to 6 adepts this early on is standard. So SHIN, he hasn't really gotten a tell yet. As he attempts to run by, he is denied. And the goal here is to get crippling economic damage. Is to get across the map and get, 8+ worker kills. Behind this, he can transition into Immortal production and saturate his third base. And SHIN, he has the tools to defend. There we go. Setting up his SimCity. Getting ready to wall off. SHIN is looking secure. My biggest concern here is that SHIN hasn't made any roaches. He has the potential. He has a Roach Warren. But so far, only Queens and Links. He hasn't really seen enough to tell him to make roaches. Overlord speed on the way. That I was not expecting. Okay. And the depths are revealed. They are revealed. Here he pulls the trigger. SHIN is getting ready for a drop load all in. He's getting ready for a German taxi counterattack even. This needs to get damage done. If not, then SHIN is going to snowball out of control. As roaches are amassing. Overlord speed on the way. And if they do catch out some of these roaches, not bad. Yeah, roaches in low numbers. They kind of hold their own. They're going down. 1, 2, 3 roaches fall. The queen as well. Good start. And there's no wall. He misses the wall off. And FZ shade into the middle line. Drones are going down. And this is getting out of hand. 7 drone kills already. 7 drones, 3 roaches. Shading now into the main. SHIN, does he pull away in time? He does not. He doesn't pull away in time. 16 drones. Gets the mineral line. And this is becoming game-ending damage. Back at home, herO, he's just probing. He's probing up. He's getting into blink. He's gearing up towards a later game state. He's macroing out of this. He gets 21 drones. And he has done enough. More than enough. That episode cleaned up, and SHIN, he's all in. As we mentioned, he was getting ready here for the quote-unquote German taxi. Drop loads are morphing in as we speak. I believe we already have Overlord speed. And it's all or nothing for SHIN. There's no macroing out of this. He's too far behind. Either he ends the game, either he kills herO, or he dies trying. As here he spots the army. Oh no! He spots it. Oh, the drop load's on the fire, and it's going to go down as well. The brutal pickoff gets a queen, and the queen's just stranded. They're caught out in the open. They're not going to be a part of this. A nice smile. Very nice smile. As queens, they're waddling around. They'll get there eventually. And back at him here, he has plenty of stalkers, plenty of soon-to-be blink stalkers. And GG gets called. There's just not enough here. herO, he will hold, and herO, he will take a 2-1 lead in the finals. GG. GG, well played. SHIN, he had the tools to defend. He had roaches. He had the SimCity getting set up as well. Unfortunately, he was late to wall off. And likewise, his roaches did trickle into the adepts ahead of time. And they went down one after the other. Some brutal damage dealt there by those glaive adepts. And again, it's a build that isn't really meant to kill, but it often does. Like, if you've been watching Masters Coliseum or Little League Cup, you would have seen that herO in the finals of Masters Coliseum, he took down several twice with a variation of this build. Did do it twice, and Max took down several as well, also with glaive adepts. It can be difficult to prepare against. It is very cutthroat, very unforgiving. If you don't wall off, if you don't react in time, then one shade is sometimes all it takes. Sometimes all it takes. GG. GG, well played. With that, herO, he is 1 game away from claiming the series. SHIN has to fight back herO now to force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of El Dorado, we have the South Korean Zerg player. He's up against the wall. One more loss, and the finals will conclude, and the tournament is over. He has to fight back here and now for that ace match. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. Here we go. And welcome one and all to El Dorado. We don't often see this map when it comes to smaller series, when it comes to shorter matches, like a best of 3, that's what I mean. But here at a best of 5, we get to embrace maps like El Dorado. Still no Neon Violet Square or anything like that. I mean, I should say that's not even in this map pool for this tournament. But there are certain maps that we have yet to really experience. El Dorado, though, we're here for the first time tonight. Let's go. Let us go. A very unusual map, and it's really difficult to kind of read this map ahead of time. It does kind of change depending on how our players expand and how our players even expand compared to each other as well. What I mean by that is we have goal bases. Of course, there are goal bases in the center. There's a goal base in the dead center as well. So three goal bases on El Dorado. You have to mine through these minerals here to gain access to the triangular third. And if both players expand towards each other, then aggression is favored, heavily favored. The rush distance by ground from this third base to this third is incredibly short. and we could just see them just at each other's throats real fast, real quick. Meanwhile, if we expand away from each other, if SHIN takes the third, if herO takes the northern base instead, then we're going to be expanding away. We can, of course, extend, we can try to go for a longer game state. But if that occurs, if herO doesn't have control of this location, then something like Nidus Swarmhost is very popular. Whether it's Nidus Swarmhost, whether it's 2-base or even like 3-base Mutaplay, like Fast Spire. We have seen a lot of success when it comes to ZVP with those kind of styles here, just because it can be really awkward checking or punishing these locations and getting vision in these locations as well. Things can get weird. Likewise, because of the short rush distance by air, we've seen a lot of Skytoss rushes. Even MaxPax has gone in for Tempest rushes here on El Dorado with mixed success, is what I will say. But even MaxPax has embraced that. Meanwhile, Twilight... Oh, let's go. Forget about all of that. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of herO. Curious, do we open up Glaives again in a different way, or do we open up with a Dark Shrine? Regardless, an aggressive start here by herO. SHIN going to be mining through these patches, going to be gaining access to the triangular third. Is taking the third base. And herO, he will deny scouting. Overlord is going to be zoned away. Meanwhile, herO, he does stay in gas, and if he doesn't pull out, then this should be a Dark Shrine. Should be Twilight Council into Robo into a Dark Shrine, into a DT-based opener. And speaking of, there it is. Dark Shrine is on the way. If he pulled out a gas, then we'd see Glaive Adepts instead. Did decide to stay in. Now, this is not an all-in by any means. This is a way to get some get some harassing damage, to get into a mineral line, pick off some workers. Now, something that I really love from herO is that there is a variation of this where he decides not to warp in Archons. Typically, a standard Protoss player, they would embrace this build, they'd get across the map, and they would threaten the mineral lines. Once spores arrive, then they just morph in Archons, and then they hunt out Overlords instead. herO, he does a unique thing where he actually doesn't morph in Archons, he repositions and he intentionally parks his DTs in between the bases, away from the spores. In between the main and the natural, in between the natural and the third base as well, and he denies mining. He denies mining instead, and he can be very meticulous with his control. I'm not saying we're going to see that here and now, but we've seen it before. And it's just a more unique approach is to not morph in the Archons and to do even more with DTs. For now, herO does expand towards SHIN. Jesus. Okay. SHIN takes the triangular third, so does herO. So both players, they expand towards each other. Dark Templar, they're now on the way. herO making his way towards the third. And the Spore has begun. Dark Templar, they waddle in. Spore is not yet ready. He's going for the base. Oh, going for the Spore. Going for the Queen. A little bit of everything. A little bit of everything. The Queen does go down. Takes down the Queen, trades against the Lings. The Spore is exposed. The Spore is going to be denied. Massive pickup. And SHIN is in trouble. SHIN, he is in trouble here. The Spore does siege up here on the high ground. I believe we'll give some vision. There we go. 1 DT falls. Nice done here by SHIN. Gets 1 Dark Templar. But there it is. 2 more warp in. As we mentioned, herO, he is one to commit into extra DTs. Into committed just specifically DT harass. Oh, gets surrounded. I'll pick up 1. Dark Templar goes down, but in miscontrol there by herO. That should not have happened. herO forced back in. Forced to recall. And now we transition. Now we're transitioning out of this. herO getting his third. Working towards Blink. And the Fortune +1. Now the Archons are morphing in. They're going to be ideal against these Lings when it comes to defending at least. And surviving. So far, so good. Now, as both players expand towards each other, we need to keep our eyes on the workers here. We need to keep an eye on the drone count. As at any moment, SHIN could cut workers, get a 4th base just for Larva, and commit into an all-in. herO as well. As Immortal production has begun. Here he does get 1 Overlord, clearing up the creep. Keeping SHIN busy. SHIN at the same time goes for a counterattack. The Archons are not at home to defend. But there are force fields. Up! There are force fields despite that. There we go. First one gets thrown down. Second one as well. Does protect those sentries. What about the Immortal? Saved as well. herO, he does hold. Archons, they race back home. Wings, they step into the main. They get a full scout. Get eyes on the researching Twilight Council. But not on much else. And SHIN, he's not getting a fourth. I don't see a fourth base. I don't see more saturation. What I do see, roaches. Roaches, queens, and plus one range. We spoke about this. SHIN, he's getting ready to move out. It looks like he's intending to take the gold base. A very misplaced gold, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Is being thrown down. As the queen does survive. So does the War Prism. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe SHIN intends to take this gold base, but he intends not to necessarily drone, but to transfer, to mainard over, to saturate the gold and to commit. As SHIN is on 57 workers, building up Roach Queen, spreading more creep, and it's on herO to prepare. We need a wall of cannons, shield batteries. Ravagers are morphing in. A Turtle's on the way, brutal supply block. Here he's looking for an expansion.
I am here in the shadow.
Oh, finds a queen. Not bad. Queen does fall. And SHIN, he's moving out. And again, SHIN, he has not made a single drone in minutes at this point. He has not droned in quite some time. He's all in. Shuts down the force fields. Doesn't quite break through. herO dancing well against this. Does avoid those biles. Behind this, as we mentioned, we do see a transfer at the gold. And here he dives in. He smells blood in the water, dives on the Ravagers. Wow, some of the biles do connect. But the Ravagers are going down. Expensive loss here for SHIN. And here he overwhelms. And you can see one bad fight. Here he's already encroaching upon the bases. Like, we're just right next to each other. The fourth and the fourth. We're locked in. SHIN's still committed to just purely Roach Ravager. All piles that connect. Takes an Archon, almost an Immortal. herO takes the blast to the face, keeps on pushing. Still trading very well. There's 5 Immortals behind this. The Roaches, they melt. Yeah, they cannot engage. The Lings, they try to trickle in. Cells have arrived to buffer. Biles, they do graze the army, but GG gets caught. herO, he snowballs out of control. He breaks through the Roaches, and herO will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's KSL champion. GG. GG, well played herO. He will claim the series. Again, a very aggressive game there. We saw SHIN coming to his own all-in. herO, he was so quick to transition into Mass Immortal. He had 5 Immortals at the end. 5 Immortals, that was crazy. That was insane. And the Roaches, they did nothing against that. Was also important as well that herO, he was able to slow down the creep spread ahead of time, thanks to the Archon harass, or thanks to the Archon drop, I should say, catching queens, denying creep tumors, and making sure that SHIN couldn't really gain too much ground early on. By the time he did, herO, he was already set up, and he had his own gold as well. He had his own gold base. He had a very nice defensive setup with shield batteries, with cannons as well. GG. GG, well played. And again, all it takes is one bad fight for the game to end then and there. Specifically in that kind of game state, when you expand towards each other, like, you just, there's no room to breathe. There's no room whatsoever. Congratulations. Congratulations here to herO, and my condolences to SHIN, as that leads us to the end of the brackets. Let's go. Congratulations. At least we had a back and forth. We saw that SHIN did take a map against herO. Despite the non-stop 2-0s, at least the finals did lead to a game 4. Not quite the ace match that I was hoping for. We were hoping for a game 5. Not quite that, but, you know, at least a game 4. GG. GG, well played. As we mentioned before, herO, he is the kind of KSL champion. Out of all the players in the world, herO, he has won the most Korean StarCraft Leagues, more than any other player, more than SHIN, more than Dark, GuMiho, Kyor, Byun, any other Korean out there. herO is the one with all the wins under his belt, and he claims another. He claims another win. GG. GG. As this is typically herO's stomping ground. Just catching up in the chat. I want to see Tempest. Not this game, not this game. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I feel like not opening Stargate is really bad because roaches answer everything. Unfortunately, they're not the answer to Immortal or to Mass Stalker as well. Unfortunately. I mean, I do think it was the correct call for SHIN to go into the all-in the way that he did. It was just unfortunate that, again, herO was doing a great job at just sniping key units, at delaying the push, like with the DT harass, with the Archon harass as well. It was very important that herO was able to buy the time that he desperately needed to build up his own army. Here we go. So again, there's a reason why we still see Twilight Council openers. I see a discussion about Stargate play. Stargate openers are the meta. They're standard. They're very safe. But you know, with these other openers, whether it's with Glaive Adepts or whether it's with DTs, you take a risk to gain a lead early on, to get damage done and give yourself an advantage. It is risky. It is definitely a risky thing to do, because the reality is, if herO didn't get those queens, if he didn't kill those drones, if he wasn't as successful with those Dark Templar, if you remember, he caught a queen early on, he killed the initial spore. Like, the DTs were doing a lot of damage early on against SHIN. If that failed, if there was already a spore ready, then different kind of game, right? Different kind of game state. Different outcome. Is that GG? GG. So other openers are viable. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for support. If you want to help support the KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, there is a command in the chat, !KSL, and you'll get a link to the Patreon of the Korean StarCraft League. Again, this event is fully funded by the community, for the community as well. You can gain benefits as well based on your tiers for the Korean StarCraft League. So if you want to help support the Korean scene, you can do so via that Patreon. Likewise, we have our own Patreon as well, but specifically for KSL, they have their own setup. So much love to Chicken Man, much love to Dave Testa. They are both the brains behind the Korean StarCraft League. They make sure that it's run smoothly on a consistent basis. This is a bi-weekly tournament, so we're going to be seeing this next in 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, every fortnight, we do get a KSL. We get you. There we go. So we'll be there in 2 weeks. Unfortunately, this week we weren't able to cast it live. Unfortunately, at the time, I was just very out of it. I could not cast it live at the time, as we were busy from a very intense week of StarCraft. Really double checking. Basically, we had casted the Fire Cup like a couple of hours earlier, and I just passed the hell out. I couldn't stay up for KSL. I couldn't do it, Bobby. I couldn't do it. I tried. Next time. But yeah, we had already done like 2 casts that day, so couldn't quite do it live, but we're able to catch up with replays, so it's all good. If you're curious as to our next broadcast here on the CranKy Ducklings, as you look at our schedule, tomorrow is going to be a Lima League at the same start time that we had today. Tomorrow is going to be a Lima League. A Lima League is another replay cast. The Lima League event actually happened earlier today, and we were going to be casting a Lima League right here, right now. Right now would have been the Lima League broadcast, but unfortunately we don't actually have the replays yet. CranKy, after the cast, he went straight to bed. He passed the hell out, which is understandable. It was getting very late in Korea, so because of that we actually don't have the replays yet, but we should have them by tomorrow. So that is going to be the plan for the Lima League broadcast tomorrow. Likewise, later on tonight, in how long exactly? It's going to be at 8 p.m. AEST. In around 5.5 hours, we're going to be live with the Enki Pro Series. Maybe curious, maybe wondering, what exactly is that? And I've heard the name Enki before. Enki, he is a Spanish caster. He's a good friend. El Hermoso, papi, El Hermoso. We go way back when it comes to the Latin American scene and the Latin American community. So I've got a lot of love, a lot of respect for Enki. He is the Spanish caster out there. And he is starting to run his own tournaments. And fun fact, the tournaments that he runs, they're only casted in Spanish, as you can imagine. They're only casted in Spanish. We casted the Enki Christmas Invitational last week, and he is now starting potentially a monthly series called the Enki Pro Series. And we're going to be stepping in as the English casters. Now, this is going to be a replay cast, bear that in mind. But there was no English cast live. There was no English cast live, only a Spanish cast. And we'll do our best to be there live for the next one. We'll do our best to try to line up our schedules. But January was just really busy. January was very busy for us, so we couldn't actually be there live at the time. We were casting Little League Cup. We were casting Master Coliseum. It was busy, man. It was busy. So we're going to be catching up with the Yankee Pro Series. Specifically, that is going to be a best of 9 show match. You don't get best of 9s too often. It's going to be a best of 9 between herO and Björn in a TVP. And I look forward to it. Björn, he has been in a bit of a slump as of late, and he hasn't really been too active. Like, he still plays every now and then, like in an Alima League. True, he plays like in an Alima League, or he plays like in, you know, your odd Wardy TV Monday. But yeah, it feels like for the past couple of weeks, ever since New Year, Björn, he has been kind of taking a bit of a step back. He has been a little bit less active. He's been posting, you know, spending some time outside of StarCraft for the time being, taking a bit of a break during the off season, which is understandable. I'm sure a lot of players are taking a break right now, but yeah, because of that, I miss Björn. I miss Cast. I want some Björn. I want some Björn action. So look forward to it. herO versus Björn, best of 9 later tonight. Let's go. Again, 5.5 hours. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be beautiful. So do look forward to that. Do look forward. Meanwhile, tomorrow we have the podcast as well. We have Kung Fu Cup, the Warcraft 3 edition. We have Amantis, Code for Giants Cup, MSO, STC, and SEL. Again, we have at least 2 casts a day every single day. Between Saturday and Sunday, we have 4 casts as well. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft going on throughout the week. As always, here on the CranKy Ducklings, February is going to be a little bit leaner, but January, it's legit been like 2 casts a day every day. It's been very intense, very insane here for the month of January. I look forward to having a little bit more time off in February. When I say that, we're still going to be casting every single day, but not as often every single day. And that means that we can maybe stream some other games, we can ladder, we can play some StarCraft, not just cast. We can do some other things. So yeah, look forward to it. Do look forward to it coming into February, playing some Final Fantasy as well, some other games with some of the other CranKy Ducklings. So yeah, we can finally have somewhat of a break coming into February. But until then, we still have our intense schedule. So we got you covered there. If you want to help support us, you can do so via Patreon. Our own tournaments are funded via the Patreon as well. Sea Duckling Open, Macedon Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well, all funded via Patreon. So you can support us there if you wish. Otherwise, consider following us. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. We stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time, so we have plenty of content out there if you're curious. VODs are available on YouTube on a daily basis. Just catching up with the chat. Someone is asking, since when does Dark play Protoss? He's been playing Protoss for the past 2 weeks. He's been competing as Protoss, so not too long. But if you missed out on Marvis Protoss, then check out the VODs. We've been casting him a lot as Protoss. A lot. Oh. Here we go. See someone asking, where is Björn? Haven't seen him playing in a while. Yeah, again, he's been on a bit of a break, but that's why we can feature him tonight. We get some Björn action. Get a little bit of Björn. Beautiful. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Do give them some love. Do give them some support. Who is streaming at the moment? I know that Sal is still live, but I think Sal is playing some Zelda. Who else is live at the moment? Who can we send everyone over to? I see Gnocchi and Pacheca are playing Helldivers. Shelby is playing StarCraft? No shot. Happy. What's going on? We have to raid Shelby. Yeah, that's crazy. For those that are curious, Shelby, I think nowadays he's like an Age of Empires pro. I think he's been playing a lot of Age of Empires. Shelby, he's an old school player. I mean, he's quite young. There are a lot of memes in the channel. If you're a newer viewer of StarCraft, you might not know. Hold on, we need to play the tape. We're gonna play the Shelby tape, and then we'll give him a raid. Hold on, where are we? No, I don't have them. No, I don't have the duct tapes. Oh no, not like this. I don't have the duct tape set up here. I have a new PC, so I don't have any of my local files. God damn. Hold on, can I Can I Frankenstein together a viewing party for the Shelby duct tape? Hold on. Hold on. We need to see this. If you don't know who Shelby is, you're about to know. He's beautiful. We love him. We love Shelby. Hold on, is this it? Gonna like blast your ears here. And again. Oh, you can hear the duck. Alright, so we're going to be heading off. We're going to be heading off for the time being. Again, we're going to be back later on tonight with the best of 9 show match. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Stick around and enjoy the lovely duct tape. If you're curious, what is the duct tape? We actually used to create like a little highlight show. We used to like piece clips together and have like a little highlight show that we would upload to YouTube. It's been a couple of years since we've made one. So it's been a while, but you know what? It's a blast from the past. Enjoy, and then give Shelby some love. Enjoy, Pappy. Enjoy. See you soon. So we'll see you later tonight. See you later tonight, Pappy. Thank you for watching. Thank you. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Those wondering who may be tuning in for the first time and aren't too familiar with these players, Shelby, he is a pretty good Peruvian player. He's a streamer as well. He's streaming his POV.
Dios mío, Dios mío, Dios mío. Men, ¿quién me quiere pushar con 4 Belin, 3 mutas? ¡Corre, Forest! No lo dejen ir. ¡Ah! ¡No! ¡Oh! ¡Te pasaste de ver!
But he also looks after the convenience store when his parents aren't around. So he's currently competing, playing, and also looking after the store, and he needs to pause whenever there's a customer.
What I want to know is how far does he have to go? You know, like, is it like downstairs,
so,
right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I think it's a flight of stairs. He has to get down the flight of stairs.
you're like a customer. You're like in the, waiting. You know, ding, and then you're. He's like, like straight up running down.
every now and then, it's like you hear him fall.
Waiting for him to like trip and fall. But I agree. He needs to like set up a camera like at the counter.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Yeah, it's like. And then he runs back. Does he like wait for the customer to leave, or is like after he does the money exchange, he just books it up?
For those wondering, I did wake up like 20 minutes before the broadcast, and then took 10 minutes to set up the stream, and then just went and I quickly grabbed some water to wake up.
Do I need to like Uber Eats you some breakfast?
Oh, no, because then I would have to leave the cast and get the food.
Your door's not that far, right? Like, listen,
Yaku?
if Shelby can go attend his goddamn store while he plays the tournament, you can probably go pick up some food at your front door, while you're casting. It's totally fine, dude.
Oh, God. Fucking Shelby, man. I love him so much. I wish he was here. Die as well. Ooh, can you finish?
Oh, what's your shot?
Oh!
Oh, That's so BM.
It's 99% done.
That's so mean.
Ah, that's
That's not good. No, just leave it. Go in.
It's so
Nina,
close.
just go in. Just leave it alone.
No, she wants
guys-
to. The SCV's coming. It's coming.
No, the guy's already down. You can't get on the floor.
Ah, the SCV's he's gonna finish it. He's gonna finish. He did it.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
Is he alright?
Oh my god. It's alive. He saved it.
Okay, question. Did he spend more minerals sending SCVs down to fix it and repair, or could he have saved money if he just canceled and remade?
Yes. Nah, he would have saved money if he just canceled and remade. I miss these duct tapes. That was great. Anyway, with that, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for watching, and give Shelby some love. Give him some love.